Good morning, everyone. Thursday morning, everyone had breakfast? Yes? Good? Happy people. Right, so here we are with our first presentation. This is going to be Felix Neto, and he is going to tell us about dimensions of Proverbs on saudade. Is that how you pronounce it?
Thank you. Okay, it's not easy. Good morning. My presentation will be in Portuguese. However, my slides are in English. A palavra saudade é um termo que abarca toda uma série de reações a circunstâncias que envolvem a separação de pessoas e de lugares estimados. No Brasil, há mesmo um dia oficial da saudade, no dia 30 de janeiro, dia oficial da saudade. Mesmo se a saudade tem contribuído, tem inspirado o pensamento, a filosofia, a literatura, enfim, desde tempos medievais, todavia a investigação empírica sobre a saudade ainda é rara. O objetivo desta minha apresentação é examinar um assunto ainda que não foi abordado sobre a saudade, ou seja, a maneira como os provérbios conceptualizam a saudade. Os provérbios têm uma longa história em psicologia. Enfim, tem-se abordado diversos temas em psicologia, desde o teste da personalidade, a veracidade percepcionada, inteligência abstrata e mesmo estudos que têm questionado se os provérbios servem teorias ou hipóteses. No que me diz respeito, esta é a minha quarta incursão nesta temática dos provérbios. Não sou especialista em provérbios. A primeira incursão que fiz, já lá vão uns anos, foi no primeiro colóquio que se realizou aqui em Feira em 2007, e nesse colóquio abordei as cores do amor veiculadas pelos provérbios. Nos 2 anos seguintes, 2008 e 2009, no segundo e terceiro colóquio, respectivamente, abordei as conceptualizações do perdão que são veiculadas pelos provérbios. Hoje vou abordar, portanto, o tema da saudade. A investigação empírica, portanto, sobre a saudade ainda é rara, embora ela represente uma das emoções mais familiares para os portugueses. A saudade tem inspirado poetas, escritores e o público em geral, portanto, desde tempos da Idade Média até aos dias de hoje. Today Translations indica o mesmo, que esta palavra, saudade, é a 7ª mais difícil a traduzir. Em inglês, o termo é geralmente traduzido por longing, yearning, missing, homesickness, nostalgia. Todavia, nenhum destes termos parece transmitir o significado exato tal como os portugueses normalmente a entendem. A etimologia da palavra saudade também navega um pouco alguma controvérsia, segundo alguns autores, que é uma corrente minoritária, digamos assim, a saudade vem do árabe saudá, que segundo eles, esses especialistas, tem um sentido semelhante. A corrente maioritária dos autores defende que a saudade vem da palavra latina solitate, que significa loneliness, solidão, via formas intermediárias, soidade, soideidel. Portanto, há um debate, mas esta é a corrente maioritária, portanto, sabe, isto vem do latim, solidão. Segundo Dom Duarte, segundo o rei Dom Duarte, no Leal Conselheiro, uma obra muito conhecida cá em Portugal, pelos saudade no século XV, portanto, era o sentimento que o coração experimenta por se achar apartado da presença de alguma pessoa ou pessoas que têm afeição. E o rei Dom Duarte diferenciou mesmo a saudade de outros sentimentos. Já parecia um psicólogo, então, no século XV. Ele diferenciou saudade de tristeza, de pesar, desprazer ou até aborrecimento. Um século mais tarde, no seguimento do rei Dom Duarte, Nunes Leão defende que a saudade seria lembrança de alguma coisa com desejo dela. Lembrança de alguma coisa com desejo dela. Já no século XVII, Duarte Nunes Leão definiu saudade, o Dom Francisco de Melo definiu saudade como amor e ausência são os pais da saudade. Finalmente, já no século XX, Teixeira de Pascoais criou um movimento filosófico e literário chamado saudosismo, e no qual a saudade, Teixeira de Pascoais definiu saudade como o desejo da coisa ou criatura amada tornado dolorido pela sua ausência. Ou seja, é o desejo e a dor fundidos. No entanto, a reflexão sobre a saudade, segundo Afonso Botelho, muito recentemente ele considerou que ainda é pouco sistemática e fundamentalmente problemática. Recentemente, o conceito de saudade foi examinado a partir da abordagem prototípica. Num primeiro estudo, perguntou-se a estudantes que enunciassem quais são as características da saudade, portanto, que características associavam espontaneamente à saudade. Não houve nenhum atributo que fosse mencionado por todos os participantes. O atributo que foi mais frequentemente associado à saudade foi memories, recordações, e também apareceram vários mais frequentemente citados como tristeza, sentir falta de alguém, sentir falta de algo, pensar, sensação de perda, nostalgia, distância, chorar, sentimento, dor. Portanto, são os atributos mais frequentemente atribuídos à saudade. E no segundo estudo, tentou-se ver, enfim, qual era a valência dos diferentes atributos. Eram positivos ou eram negativos? E aqui houve uma grande variabilidade. Alguns atributos são considerados fortemente negativos e outros fortemente positivos. Atributos mais negativos são depressão, infelicidade, falta de segurança, solidão, dor, sensação de perda. E os mais positivos são felicidade, amizade, amor, bondade, família e afeto. Digamos que saudade é uma emoção mista. É uma emoção mista, portanto, que inclui atributos ambivalentes, positivos e negativos. Portanto, entre os positivos, como já dissemos, portanto, depressão, dor, sensação de perca. Positivos, felicidade, amizade e amor. Portanto, trata-se de uma emoção mista e, além disso, é também um fenómeno complexo. Um fenómeno complexo que se manifesta a diversos níveis. Nível cognitivo, emocional, comportamental e motivacional. Cognitivo, pensamento, recordações. Emocional, tristeza, solidão. Ao nível comportamental, chorar, chamar, telefonar a outras pessoas. Motivacional, querer regressar atrás no tempo ou o desejo de estar com alguém. Portanto, é um fenómeno complexo e é muito frequente, portanto, este sentimento em português. Portanto, num estudo recente, encontrou-se que cerca de 40% dos participantes em amostras de adolescentes, adultos e até mesmo de imigrantes, vivenciavam frequentemente ou muito frequentemente a solidão. O modelo tridimensional da solidão. Nós, a partir da análise prototípica do conceito de solidão e através de análises fatoriais, exploratórias e confirmatórias, construímos uma escala para avaliar este construto, para avaliar a solidão. Uma escala que comporta 14 questões e em que foram evidenciadas 3 dimensões. Perca, a separação dos outros, falta de intimidade e, digamos, a lembrança, recordação do passado. 3 dimensões. A primeira, portanto, o primeiro fator chamou-se separação de entes queridos. Porquê? Porque correlaciona fortemente com sinto amor por alguém que está longe, gosto de alguém de que sinto a falta. O segundo fator foi chamado falta de intimidade, porque correlaciona fortemente com questões como sinto falta de afetos, sinto falta de carinho. A terceira dimensão, portanto, foi chamada, portanto, de recordação do passado, pois correlaciona com questões, relembro momentos passados, sinto-me ligado a um período de vida. 3 dimensões, portanto, o modelo tridimensional. Portanto, a primeira dimensão refere-se à dor da ausência de pessoas próximas. A segunda dimensão, a sensação da falta de relações íntimas. E a terceira, recordações insistentes do passado. Estes 3 fatores exprimem, de facto, 3 aspectos estatisticamente que são separáveis, mas, do ponto de vista psicológico, estão relacionados com a experiência de saudade. Noutros estudos, portanto, que foram efetuados, para além de estudantes, com adultos e com adolescentes e até com imigrantes, verificou-se essa mesma estrutura ternária. Portanto, e tentou-se correlacionar com outros estudos psicológicos essas 3 dimensões do Missing Close Others, Lack of Intimacy and Longing for the Past, e vemos que há correlações relativamente fortes, positivas, com afeto negativo e com solidão. E as pessoas que respondiam a que estavam valores altos nestas 3 dimensões estavam pouco satisfeitas com as suas vidas. Também há associações com o Big Five, não é? Com os 5 fatores de personalidade, e vê-se as relações também com essas 3 dimensões da saudade. O estudo que propomos aqui apresentar, portanto, é um estudo exploratório sobre esta temática da saudade, que envolveu, por um lado, selecionar um conjunto de provérbios sobre a saudade e depois categorizar esses provérbios. Nós começámos por consultar coletâneas sobre os provérbios. No entanto, esta nossa consulta não foi muito frutuosa. Por exemplo, numa coletânea muito conhecida, cá em Portugal, que tem inúmeros centenas de provérbios sobre a saudade, nesta coletânea encontramos 7 provérbios. 7. Neste trabalho de Castro estão indicadas 5 provérbios. E ele diz, os únicos que conheço referentes à saudade. Portanto, estão a ver, aqui 7, 5, bem, o trabalho está feito, não é? O número é tão reduzido para um trabalho mais quantitativo que, pronto, não haveria quase nada a fazer. Foi então que, perante esta infrutífera procura de provérbios sobre a saudade em coletâneas, recorri a Rui Soares, que teve a gentileza de me enviar 57 provérbios sobre a saudade do seu acervo enciclopédico sobre, sobre os provérbios. Sem a sua ajuda, este trabalho não seria possível. Thank you. Por conseguinte, foi este conjunto de 57 provérbios que vão ser categorizados. A questão que se levantava é até que ponto, portanto, até que ponto os provérbios sobre a saudade podem ser categorizados nas 3 dimensões no modelo tridimensional. Portanto, missing close others, lack of intimacy e longing for the past. E o que esperávamos é que a grande maioria dos provérbios pudessem ser categorizados numa destas três dimensões. A amostra é uma amostra relativamente pequena. Só há 28 participantes, idade média 44 anos e a maior parte das pessoas já tinham frequentado ou frequentaram o ensino superior. A tarefa que se pediu a essa amostra era para classificar esse conjunto de provérbios numa das 3 categorias das dimensões da saudade. E as instruções que foram dadas, portanto, um certo número de provérbios serão apresentados. Para cada um, indique, por favor, qual das 3 categorias é que se aplica mais a cada um desses provérbios. Se pensa que nenhuma dessas categorias se aplica, portanto, indique o 9. Portanto, havia 1, 2, 3 para cada uma das 3 dimensões. O 9, se o provérbio não se aplicava a nenhuma dessas 3 dimensões. Foram dados exemplos. Portanto, era a separação de entes queridos, portanto, expressa a ideia de que a saudade está ligada à separação de pessoas próximas. Por exemplo, sinto amor por alguém que está longe, sinto estar longe de pessoas queridas. A segunda dimensão, portanto, falta de intimidade, expressa a ideia de que a saudade está ligada a sentir falta de relacionamento íntimo. Por exemplo, sinto falta de carinho, sinto falta de amizade. E a terceira dimensão, a recordação do passado, que expressa a ideia de que a saudade está ligada a recordações do passado. Sinto-me ligado a um período de vida, fico a pensar no passado. Os resultados. Uma análise muito simples permitiu evidenciar 5 aspectos. Primeiro aspecto, nenhum dos 57 provérbios foi categorizado na mesma categoria por todos os participantes. O provérbio que obteve maior consenso foi saudade nada mais é do que a ausência de quem amamos. Temos aqui Google Translation. Quase 70% colocaram este provérbio na categoria 1, portanto na categoria Missing Close Others. Categoria 1, categoria 2, categoria 3 e aqui é o 9. Que não se aplicaria a nenhuma dessas 3 categorias. O provérbio que obteve maior consenso na categoria 2, lack of intimacy, foi a saudade é a companheira dos que não têm companhia. Portanto, é a categoria 2, quase 50% dos participantes colocaram este provérbio aqui na categoria 2. Categoria 3, portanto, o provérbio que teve maior consenso na categoria Longing for the Past foi saudade é guardar no coração momentos do passado, desejando que os mesmos sejam repetidos. E mais de 60% classificaram este provérbio na categoria 3. Houve 10 provérbios que foram classificados, pelo menos por metade dos participantes, na mesma categoria. 10 provérbios. Desses 10 provérbios, 5 referem-se à separação de entes queridos. Portanto, podemos ver a saudade, pode causar saudades, mas nunca o esquecimento. A saudade é um lago transparente a refletir sempre a imagem da pessoa ausente. Quando existe um amor, o tempo passa e a saudade não escassa. Saudade é a presença dos ausentes. Saudade não é mais do que a ausência de quem amamos. 5 outros provérbios foram classificados na categoria Longing for the Past. Só entre eles, portanto, algum exemplo. A casa da saudade chama-se memória, é uma cabana pequenina e um canto no coração. A saudade é a luz viva que ilumina a estrada do passado, etc. Portanto, 5 que foram colocados nesta categoria, recordação do passado, e os outros 5, portanto, na separação de entes queridos. A grande maioria dos provérbios foi classificada predominantemente numa das 3 categorias. Portanto, houve 25 provérbios que foram classificados separação de entes queridos, 6 provérbios classificados na categoria falta de intimidade e 12 provérbios recordação do passado. Ou seja, foi na categoria 1, separação de entes queridos, que foram classificados mais provérbios. Quase metade dos provérbios foram classificados no Missing Close Others. Ou seja, 3/4 dos provérbios foram classificados predominantemente numa das 3 categorias. Só 12 provérbios é que não foram classificados numa dessas 3 categorias que foram avançadas. Estão aqui esses 12 provérbios que nem foram classificados na categoria 1, 2 ou 3. A questão que se pode levantar é se a lista de provérbios que não se aplicou predominantemente a nenhuma das 3 categorias sugere alguma nova categoria para além das 3 que evocamos. É uma questão que se pode levantar. Não tenho a resposta por agora, mas podem ver se a partir, fazendo uma análise de conteúdo, há algum aspecto que sobressai, que poderia ser adicionado para além dos 3 que evoquei. Mas digamos que só a investigação futura é que nos poderá dizer se, além das 3 dimensões evocadas nos provérbios sobre a saudade, haverá uma outra ou outras dimensões. No entanto, podemos ver aqui que transparece nestes 12 provérbios o vivido dolente do sentir saudade. Portanto, esse é um aspecto que parece transmitir aqui nestes provérbios que não foram classificados em nenhuma das 3 categorias. Concluindo, porque o meu tempo... ok, thank you. Portanto, concluindo, o principal objetivo deste trabalho foi examinar um aspecto explorado da saudade, ou seja, quais seriam as dimensões encontradas nos provérbios. E aqui procuramos, portanto, globalmente, os resultados deste estudo exploratório apoiam a ideia de que os provérbios têm subjacentes dimensões da saudade. O trabalho envolveu, portanto, uma amostra muito pequena, não é, de pessoas. No futuro, será bom alargar, ou poder-se alargar, replicar o estudo com uma amostra mais vasta e mais diversa de pessoas, para ver se os resultados vão na mesma direção, naquela que apontamos. Em qualquer caso, os provérbios examinados já revelam, portanto, um sentido multidimensional do construto da saudade para os portugueses. A investigação futura pode examinar, portanto, qual é a estrutura da saudade na perspectiva dos provérbios, e a investigação futura poderá responder a várias questões. Entre essas questões, haverá outras dimensões da saudade que são veiculadas pelos provérbios sobre a saudade, para além das 3 que referimos? As pessoas comuns concordariam com estas dimensões que se encontraram nos provérbios? Ou então também, como é que estas 3 dimensões da saudade se relacionam com outras características, como, por exemplo, fatores sociodemográficos, idade, sexo, nível de instrução, etc., e a propensão a sentir a saudade. Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments? We've got a couple of minutes. Yes, Simeon.
Parabéns para o seu trabalho e agradecemos porque nos lembrou mais uma vez da importância da saudade. Entre as línguas latinas, também o romeno contém esta palavra, dor, e a ligação é tão forte até que a saudade é personificada. E assim aparecem vários cânticos populares. Porque naquela... quando pediu às pessoas fazer a classificação, não dava certo, não acertavam as coisas exatamente por causa da saudade. Porque ele era a maneira subjetiva de sentir a saudade de cada um, e então eles expressavam aquilo que era para eles a saudade, segundo a minha opinião. E outra coisa, a saudade é tão forte que existe mesmo sem ser mencionada e sem a ocorrência da palavra saudade. O contexto de outros provérbios envia-nos para a saudade sem mencionar a saudade. E, mais uma vez, parabéns para o seu... Aqui em Portugal, nós tivemos um embaixador, Luciano Blaga, que era poeta. Então ele escreveu La curțile dorului. Dor significa saudade. Aos cortes de saudade. Porquê? Onde escreveu? Em Estoril. Estava em Estoril naquela altura. E a saudade dele era a saudade do romeno sentida à maneira mista, portuguesa-romena. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado.
Hi. It's not my congratulation, but I want to say the pleasure that I feel to meet you again. Two questions. What was the criterion to, excuse my English, to constitute the sample? Qual o critério da constituição da amostra? If the sample was an intentional sample or an aleatória sample? Sure, that is not a representative.
Não, era uma amostra convencional, mas era relativamente diversificada. Era toda, desde os 18 anos até aos 60. Mas é muito pequena. É muito pequena a amostra.
Mas porquê é que só escolheu prioritariamente as pessoas com cursos superiores?
Não, isso poder-se-ia pensar com curso superior, digamos, para classificar, portanto, que teriam maior aptidão, maior facilidade em classificar. Poder-se-ia só fazer uma amostra, e até maior, só com pessoas com curso superior. Mas procurei diversificar, na medida em que é um sentimento bastante diversificado, enfim, na sociedade dos portugueses. Foi por isso. Mas a amostra, de todas as maneiras, é muito pequena. Não se podem, enfim, tem que ser muita precaução, tem que ter muita precaução em tirarmos ilações. É exploratório, exatamente.
Okay. One more.
Muito obrigado. Lia muitas coisas interessantes sobre a saudade e foi a mais interessante para mim, que é investigações filosóficas foram verdadeiros, porque as investigações psicológicas e paramiológicas tinham demonstrado. Sim. Obrigado.
Pois, a grande parte do trabalho realmente que temos desde o século XV é um trabalho mais filosófico, até o rei Dom Duarte, não é?
Por exemplo, o Eduardo Lourenço.
Eduardo Lourenço, exatamente. O Labirinto da Saudade, não é? Um livro muito conhecido, publicado nos anos 70, não é? E que fez várias edições cá em Portugal.
Sim, muito obrigado.
Não. Conheço a senhora, na Universidade Aberta.
Mas eu, por acaso, quando o nosso amigo, when Rui Soares said that you are working about saudade, that it's for us a very, very interesting subject. I remember this article from Maria Laura Betancourt Pires was last time in her life she taught in Católica University of Lisbon and was on como é que se diz? Não é impresso, é eletrónico. É uma revista.
Digital.
Digital review. Was it very
Eu vou ler, obrigado.
Brilliant.
not a psychologist, but never.
Excellent. We've run out of time for questions, but I'm sure people can catch you afterwards and ask you more if they have more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a substitution, but I'm sure we'll enjoy. It's Firuza Bonu Bekmurodova, from University of Uzbekistan. She's a PhD student, and she's going to tell us about lingua programmatic translatability of Uzbek proverbs with cultural references into English.
Well, good morning once more, dear conference participants and organizers. I'm very pleased to be part of your circle and attend such kind of international conference. Since my current research work deals with pragmatic equivalence and translation of lexims and expressions related to customs and traditions, I am very keen to study proverbs in the same sense. So my today's presentation topic is lingua pragmatic translatability of Uzbek proverbs with cultural references into English. So basically, my presentation is divided into 4 parts. Introduction, I state the issue. Literature review, I just provide some theoretical basis of the topic. After that, I'm going to give you analysis of the Uzbek proverbs containing customs and traditions, and results and conclusion of my presentation. Well, as for literature review, I'd like to say that there were several branches of this study that I had to address in order to study this topic. So they include pragmatics, within pragmatics, discourse analysis, customs and traditions, permeology, cultural studies, and translatology. So that means translation studies. So I'd like to emphasize that the article by Abdali Al-Saidi was really helpful for me. I was inspired to write my article on the basis of his article. So his topic was the translation issues of culture-specific proverbs from Arabic language into English. So I conducted the same research. So what are CSPs? CSPs are culture-specific proverbs. That means naturally proverbs that represent certain cultures and cultural peculiarities. Sometimes they are called proverbs with cultural references, proverbs reflecting national character, or culturally distinctive proverbs. According to Ghazala, proverbs in general and CSPs in particular are not meant to be taken literally and directly by simply identifying their word-for-word equivalents. So, during our research, we have classified CSPs into 3 types. The first one, proverbs which contain cultural concepts. So there will be concepts, culture-related concepts, and readers of the target language may not understand the proverb without understanding those concepts. The second type is the whole meaning of the proverb, just the intended meaning of the proverb, reflect the culture. So in order to understand the proverb, the meaning of the proverb, they need to be familiar with that culture. And the third one is proverbs that contain cultural concepts, but still there are some equivalents in the target language. So let's see some of the examples. Here we have provided Uzbek proverb, English interpretation, and English equivalents. The first one is Beshikdagi bola besh turlanadi. So here, cultural concept is beshik. This is our traditional Uzbek cradle. During our research, so we have confessed that, let's say if there are more than 100 tradition, customs, and ceremonies, more than just 30% of them are related to beshik, our traditional Uzbek cradle. So English interpretation is every child in beshik can have health problems, but it is normal. This proverb is mainly used by the elderly when the parents of the child they worry about their children. Just the elderly say this proverb, use this proverb. So, and there is no equivalent in the English language. The second one, olin quda birin quda. Quda is the parents or the relatives of the in-laws. Let's say if I have a daughter and if she gets married, the parents of her husband will be my quda. And in English culture, they have really good relationship on holidays, on ceremonies. They have to give gifts to each other. And in this kind of relationship is also reflected in our proverbs. So English interpretation can be, let's have a good relationship with that. As you know, there is no equivalent in English language, the term quda. And of course, in terms of proverbs, there is no equivalent. The last one. Kuningdan ming kuning qolsa ham oshi, kuningdan bir kuning qolsa ham oshi. So, osh, I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. Osh or pilaf is our traditional Uzbek meal. In our culture, people usually cook this meal every Thursday and Sunday. It's a kind of tradition. It says that you should eat pilaf even if you have a whole life to live, and you should eat pilaf even if you have an only day to live. But general meaning is just life is short, so enjoy it. So, strategies of translating culture-specific proverbs. So these strategies were proposed by Georgian, and there are 3 types of them. The first is giving exact equivalence, that means strong translation. The second one is giving near equivalence, it's going to be moderate translation. And the third one is giving literal meaning of the proverb, and it becomes weak translation. So you can see here on the top the exact equivalence, and they are a strong version of the translation, near equivalence, and literal translation. And it is called a 3-fold strategy of translating figurative language, which includes proverbs, metaphors, idioms, similes, and maxims. So these strategies can be used in any of them. So, rendering proverbial expressions from source language into target language proposed by Robinson. As you see, there are 4 classes: linguistic class, social linguistic class, psycholinguistic class, and pragmatic class. And here our focus is going to be on pragmatic class. So it analyzes intended meaning, semantic and semiotic meanings, figurative or denotative meanings, explicit versus implicit meanings. Let me clarify what the term pragmatics stands for itself. So pragmatics deals with the language used in the society while people are communicating. I'm sorry. Here. According to Levinson, pragmatics is the study of language from the point of view of the users using language in social interaction and the effects of their use of the language. Jacob mentions that pragmatics studies the use of language in human communication as determined by the conditions of society. So in short, we can say that pragmatics means language in use. Let's see 3 terms here in Uzbek and English cultures. In Uzbek language, we have 3 terms: kelinchak, kelan, and kelinoye. Kelinchak means bride, newly married bride. Kelan means daughter-in-law. This term is mainly used by the in-laws when they address the bride. And the third one is kelinoye. This is usually used by cousins or nieces of the husband, and there is no equivalent in English language. So the way the bride or kelan, let's say, convey in English and Uzbek cultures, I mean, from the pragmatic point of view, they are totally different. I just wanted to show you in terms of just 2 films here. In English, there is Monster-in-Law. Maybe you have watched this film. And in Uzbek culture, there is Super Kelinchak, means super bride. So, in English culture, the relationship between mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law can differ. So they can have positive relationship or negative relationship. But in Uzbek culture, from pragmatic point of view, they just a kind of problems appear in our culture between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. So when you say just kelin or just daughter-in-law, they appear in the minds of the mothers-in-law, totally different people appear. So they are totally different in both cultures. And as an analysis part of our research work, we just focused on Proverbs, on the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-laws. The first one, Uzbek culture-specific proverb. Kelin yomon emas, kelgan yeri yomon. So in English interpretation, just word-for-word translation is, my daughter-in-law is not bad, the place she came from is bad. There is no equivalent, of course, naturally in English language, and we use it weak translation while just rendering it. And pragmatic meaning is the new member of the family didn't get proper upbringing in her family. So just the meaning itself. So next one. Kelinni kelganda ko'r, sepini yoyganda ko'r. There are 2 terms, culture-specific concepts, kelin and sep. Sep means dowry in English language. So English interpretation is, we will see how the bride is when she comes with her dowry. So there is no equivalent in English language. Translation strategy is literal translation, so weak translation. And pragmatic meaning is, before coming from her father's house to her husband's, it is necessary to bring all necessary things that she can use in her new house, including furniture, clothes, curtains, and other things. Sometimes in Uzbek culture, the bride is treated according to her dowry. So sometimes this proverb is used in the meaning of you shouldn't brag about something yet to happen, sometimes. So next one. Itning jini devona, kelinning jini qaynona. The English interpretation is, the rival of the dog is a mad person. The rival of the daughter-in-law is her mother-in-law. We have found English equivalent as well. It was really surprising. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are storm and hail. So translation strategy was near equivalent because some of the concepts disappeared in the English language while rendering. And pragmatic meaning is just, it is used by daughters-in-law to express their anger towards their mothers-in-law. So, next one. Kelin bo'ldim, qaynonamga yoqmadim, qaynona bo'ldim, kelinimga yoqmadim. English interpretation. As a daughter-in-law, my mother-in-law never likes me. As a mother-in-law, my daughter-in-law never likes me. And English equivalent is mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can be cooked together, but they will never be tender. So translation strategy is exact equivalence. So our last example. Kızım senga aytaman, kelinim sen eshit. Oh daughter, I'm telling you. Oh daughter-in-law, listen to it. There is no equivalent in English language. Translation strategy is literal translation, so weak translation. Pragmatic meaning is just when mothers-in-law have some problems and complaints about their daughters-in-law, they usually say it to their daughter so that their daughters-in-law can hear and do not make the same mistakes again. So when it comes to results and statistics, overall, out of the analysis of our proverbs, we can see that 67% of them had no equivalent in English language. Only 8% of them had exact equivalence, and 25% of them had near equivalence in the English language. So the next statistics, just proverbs representing relationship between in-laws, just mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Here you can see that in Uzbek proverbs, proverbs that convey the relationship of the positive meaning were just only 2. 18 of them had negative meanings, and only 1 of them had neutral meaning. When it comes to English proverbs, you can see that there was a kind of balance. 10 of them had positive meaning, 12 of them had negative meaning, and 10 of them had neutral meaning. So, as a result of our research, we also were able to publish the Dictionary of Proverbs representing customs, Dictionary of Proverbs representing customs and traditions in the Uzbek language. So this dictionary includes Uzbek proverbs with Uzbek and English explanations. So in conclusion, CSPs are culture-specific proverbs that reflect in each nation and their cultural specificities. Pragmatic studies the process of language use and illustrates intended meaning of a sentence or a proverb. Traditions, customs, ceremonies, and holidays have a special place in the socio-cultural life of every nation. More than 15 proverbs have been analyzed, and majority of them had no equivalence. According to result, in Uzbek, there are more proverbs that convey negative relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law compared to English ones. So, here are references. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I would be grateful to answer.
Thank you. Questions? Comments and questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like you to go back to the slide where you mentioned mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law being cooked, because I didn't understand very well. I mean, I imagine what that that is, but is it a literal translation from the Uzbek?
No, there was a proverb.
Or is that a real proverb in English?
Yep.
Okay, so that was my first question, thanks.
Okay.
And now for the second one, my question is about translating your proverbs, those that you found that have no translations in English. Now, if you found them, I mean, if you had texts in Uzbek in which those proverbs would appear, okay, what would your translation technique be in order to render that text from Uzbek into English? I mean, would you use footnotes? What would you do, with those proverbs that you say there are no translations in English?
So,
if they were to be found, if they were to be found in a text, inside a text.
Thank you very much for your question. So currently we're translating one novel into English, and it also, as you said, includes a lot of proverbs, culture-specific concepts. And there we try to find a kind of equivalent in English language. If we cannot find, we have to provide footnotes so that it becomes clear. And at the end, of course, we provide glossary for the terms that are unfamiliar for the target language readers. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Next question, Simeon. Yeah. Oh, just.
Congratulations. I like your metaphor, monsters in love. Yes. When we are looking at you, we understand how strong are the traditions and the customs in Uzbekistan. Mm-hmm. And my question is, when are married, exist in your language two different words for woman and for man?
Yes, we say kelen and kyo, but in English it's going to be bride and groom. But the people in groom's family call them differently. I mean the bride. According to the person they address the bride totally differently. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I imagine that you couldn't find all the parallels to the Uzbek proverbs in the English language, but you will be surprised because there is a full equivalent to one of the proverbs you mentioned in Hungarian. So when the mother-in-law talks to her daughter, and the daughter-in-law has to understand the meaning. So it's absolutely full equivalent existing in Hungarian. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, Uti.
Thank you so much. I can also add that you had this proverb without English equivalent. We have in Finnish this that when mother-in-law says something to a cat, then she really means it's daughter-in-law.
Okay.
Same kind. So when you speak about the cultural specific, and so it's kind of when you compare only to English proverbs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Lisa?
Thanks. I would add to that we ought to know that, if I'm right, you have in same family many generations, and you have maybe sisters and brothers also, like in old time in Finnish. So it means that the situation whole different than, for example, in Anglo-English family, where it's only the mother and father and children. Maybe grandparents visit once a year or something like that. Okay, this is not precise like that, but you know what I mean. So our old tradition is very much and has the same kind of proverbs in mother-in-law. Nowadays there are jokes like in English.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a couple more minutes if anyone else wants to comment or question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was lovely. I would like to go back a little bit to the first question. I am curious that was there or have you been planning through mapping of concrete corpus of texts translated from Uzbek to English for these equivalencies or?
Yes, we are now studying.
Yes. Yes,
we are now studying, just addressing the corpus, you mean, right?
Yes, and so the strategies are.
Yes, we will just learn more strategies of rendering them. Of course, when it comes to English language, the corpus is ready, so we can use it. However, in the Uzbek language, the corpus of the Uzbek language is now in the process of forming, so we can have some problems here.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Anyone else? We're good. The next presentation
Thank
is
you so
going.
much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next presentation is going to be online. We are going to hear from Y.S. Lepis from the Open University of Cyprus, and he is going to talk to us about the devil's asshole on the prehistory of a modern Greek proverbial expression. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for having me online. Many thanks to the organizers. I wish I could be there with you, especially since I'm a very recent member of the association, but I'm afraid that administrative duties prevented me from traveling. So my theme today is a number of modern Greek proverbial expressions of, I'm afraid, a scatological nature, which involve the devil, the dead, or the underworld. There is a traditional time-old curse in modern Greek against a loathed person who has died. The curse is katastin psychi tu tade, may shit cling on the soul of so-and-so. Of interest too, there is another Greek curse which is rather similar. This curse is transmitted already in the paremiological collections of Diogenianus and Apostolius. Haidu procto peripesois, may you fall into the anus of Hades, which means may you die, essentially. Oh, this is how the paremiologists themselves explain this curse. The curse survives in modern Greek as, among other variants, sires tu diavolu ton kolo, go to the devil's arsehole. Unpalatable as my topic is, allow me to explore a few more similar sayings. A saying that survives again in several variants seems to involve the notion that the dead fart in hell. The expression is "Skai o diavolos pou klani o pethamenos," which may be roughly translated as "the devil won't suffocate" or "the devil won't give a damn" when a dead man farts. Finally, in several Greek dialects of the Pontos area, what is roughly northeastern Turkey today, there is this boogeyman called Pordalas, or the farter. A boogeyman, or a masked mummer, one of those masked mummers that roam the streets during the dangerously liminal period between Christmas and Epiphany, in which, in Greek culture, as in several other cultures, demons and hobgoblins are supposed to haunt the earth. Now, a similar association between the underworld and excrement seems to underlie Dante's Inferno, that's Canto 18, where we are in the 8th circle of hell, second Bolgia, where the flatterers are being punished. And their punishment is to swim eternally in a fantastically deep ditch filled with human excrement. There we came, and from there I saw down in the ditch people immersed in dung that seemed to have come from human privies. And while I'm searching with my eyes down there, I saw one with his head so filthy with shit that whether he was lay or clerk did not show. What I wish to do today is to attempt necessarily partial and incomplete archaeology of such expressions. In other words, I wanted to try and trace their origins, if at all possible. Now, let me begin with a very early fragment, possibly 6th century BC, from the poetry of the Greek lyric poet Asius of Samos. The fragment goes like this: lame, branded, or tattooed, in extreme old age, nothing short of a wanderer, there came, when Meles was getting married, a dinner parasite, Knisokolax, uninvited, yearning for soup. In their midst he came, a heros, rising up from the mire. Now, the person described here is what's called in Greek a parasitos, a dinner parasite, someone who fawns upon a dinner party host just for the sake of taking a whiff of the smoke of roasted meat or maybe some crumbs from the table. And this person is humorously compared here to a heros, a dead person possessed of supernatural powers. There is an emphasis here, you will have noticed, on this parasite's physical features and needs. He is lame, he is decrepit, he is hungry. What is remarkable is the detail that this parasite appeared to have risen from the mire, from the mud, borboros, and was presumably covered in it. I think that it is this last detail precisely that prompted the comparison of this human figure to a heros rising from the underworld. It is a recurrent idea in our ancient Greek sources that the unjust or the unrighteous or the uninitiated are condemned after death in Hades to swim in streams of mud, filth, or even excrement. The idea is found in Plato, the Republic, and Phaedo. The poets, says Plato in the Republic, have the unholy and the unjust buried in some sort of mud in Hades. And then in the Phaedo, whoever arrives in Hades uninitiated and not admitted into the mysteries will lie in the mire. A similar idea is found several centuries later in Diogenes Laertius' Lives of the Philosophers, where he speaks of Diogenes the Cynic, when the Athenians urged him to become initiated and claimed that the initiated are granted seating privileges in Hades. He said, it would be ridiculous if Agesilaus and Epaminondas are to spend an eternity in the mire, while some initiated but otherwise worthless people are to live in the Isles of the Blessed. Now, the most graphic version of this idea occurs, of course, in Aristophanes. Aristophanes' Frogs, where Heracles describes to Dionysus the things, the horrible things he will encounter on his journey to Hades. Then you'll see loads of mud and ever-flowing shit. In it lie those who have ever wronged a guest or screwed a boy and then tricked him out of his money, or beaten their mother up, or struck a blow on their father's cheek, or sworn a false oath, or had a speech by Mosimus copied out for them. The rather ribald humor of the Aristophanic passage is paralleled in the same author's now lost comedy Geritadis, where certain ambassadors to Hades are in danger of being carried away by a violent river of diarrhea. How very slender the hopes you're riding on, for the diarrhea river, if it's in spate, will take these fellows and carry them away. Now, it has been argued by major scholars like Dietrich or Dover that the scatological character of those Aristophanic passages is merely a vulgar, comic intensification of an originally more innocuous idea, the idea being that Hades is a place filled simply with mud. But I think that the opposite is true. I think the original idea was that the unrighteous dead swim in excrement, and Plato and other elite authors simply chose to elide the scatological element of this idea as being inappropriate. The reason behind my suggestion is this. The reason is that beliefs associating or even assimilating the dead to dung, to excrement, seem to have been widely held in Greek antiquity, and at any rate, they are not limited to comedy. They occur also in non-comic authors. For example, Heraclitus, who famously compared the dead to excrement. Corpses are to be cast away even more than dung. In a spurious funerary epigram attributed to the comic poet Epicharmus, a corpse refutes the idea that the dead are dung by marshalling a charming piece of sophistry. I am dead, the dead are dung, dung is earth, but if the dead are earth, I am not dead, but a god, because the earth, of course, is a goddess. A similar idea underlies a Roman-era funerary epigram on the tombstone of a Macedonian slave girl who had the unfortunate name Copria, or dunghill. My name, says the dead girl, is a local one among Macedonians, so let no one find fault with it. It was my parents who named me Copria, or roughly translated, dunghill. Indeed, I was not held in dishonor by my masters, but they raised me themselves and gave me an honorable bed, that is, an honorable marriage, to take care of with my own hands. But swiftly did a merciless fate send me to Hades, still a virgin. However, even though I died in this manner, I have been honored with funeral rites and had a tombstone inscribed in my memory. One senses here the anxiety, the girl's anxiety to dissociate her indecorous name, which, let me say, is an actual personal name, which has turned up at least 8 times, maybe more, in inscriptions from Macedonia. So the girl, as I said, is obviously anxious to dissociate her name from the posthumous fate she enjoys. She was honored after death with all the appropriate funeral rites, and as far as her friends and masters are concerned, she will not be swimming in dung, despite her name's scatological associations. Now, the evidence I have examined so briefly suggests, I think, that the idea of the unrighteous being condemned to wallow perpetually in mud or in excrement is a widespread one, and in particular, the notion of rivers of excrement flowing in Hades may well be anchored in popular belief rather than being simply a comic invention by Aristophanes and others. The idea is that the unrighteous or the uninitiated are being punished for their vices, and the price they pay in Hades is to be perpetually associated with the most repulsive manifestation of corporeality, with the foul matter that is expelled as useless waste by the body. Excrement symbolizes the worthlessness of the unjust dead, and I suggest that it is precisely this symbolism that still survives in the Greek proverbial expressions and curses with which I began my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would be glad to answer questions.
Do we have questions, comments? Lisa, yes, please.
I have a comment. I suppose you are somewhere there. So actually now I got something to think, because during this summer or autumn time, I was asked by the biggest newspaper in Finland why we call Turku as an asshole of Finland. So,
okay.
yeah, and I'm not joking now, because this gives a new dimension to that talking, because there were also, it was not only me, it was many from different archaeologists, and they asked, so they were serious asking that. I could count only to the slang of Helsinki to 50s, but then something else came up, but nobody could count as long as this with the Greek tradition, because Turku was the city of the cathedral, the first cathedral in Finland. It was a Catholic, not Catholic cathedral. Oh, yes, it was Catholic in the beginning, and like that. So I begin to think something new again. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you remind me of a scene in Apocalypse Now. I don't know if you've seen the film by Francis Ford Coppola. where an American captain is sailing up a river in the border between Vietnam and Cambodia. And the last American soldier he finds there shouts back to him, "You're in the asshole of the world, Captain." So that I was reminded of that by your comment about Turco.
Great, thank you. Yep, Professor Mida. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intriguing talk. The element of scatology, I think it was maybe mentioned yesterday, older proverb collections, of course, were usually, scatology would be taken out, let's put it that way. But there is a tremendous spread of scatology in paremiology. There's no doubt about that, as you well know. But I want to refer to a fascinating book. Unfortunately, it deals with my national character as a German. As you well know, Germans are accused of anal fixation by Freudian psychologists. I was able to prove that Anglo-Americans are just as fixed on it. But anyhow, you probably know, because Alan Dundas used to come to Greece and visit, so you probably even knew Alan Dundas. But Alan Dundas wrote a fascinating book called Life is Like a Chicken Coop Ladder, Short and Full of Shit. That is a German proverb that he chose to write a truly fascinating book tracing this whole scatology element in German culture. The best example being Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, who was about as anal as they come. And if you want to read some fascinating letters, read the letters that he wrote to his female cousin. It was just incredible. But furthermore, there is an anthropological journal that was published between 1900 approximately and 1911-12, inspired by Freud. It's called Anthropophyteia, and it is a book just as international as our conference, where folklorists have collected texts that don't appear in our proverb collections, but texts of riddles, jokes, proverbs that are all extremely wonderfully dirty, from sexuality to scatology. Take a look. I was able to buy them in Vienna. They're giant volumes like this, about this thick. And I must admit, I studied all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fascinating. Thank you very much. Could you please repeat the title of that book? Anthropophyteia.
The title.
The one by Alan Dundas?
Yes. So
the
big
last one.
The big one.
Anthropophyteia, which means dirty. Anthropophyteia. It's. I can write it down for you later. It basically means, well, let's just say sexual scatological anthropology. Fascinating. And also for our friends from Eastern Europe, much of it is Slovenian, Slovakian, and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Lisa. Yep.
Thanks about those comments, but we have to remember also that language was not as clean as nowadays. They were not dirty. They are only dirty in our minds today, but maybe 200 years ago they wouldn't mean dirty for anybody. So as I earlier mentioned, that nowadays we can't say in Finnish that paska on pellon kultaa, shit is the coat of fields, because the shit is a bad word, but shit is shit, and that's smart. So we have to remember that words are just, they have just that value we give to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Anyone else? No? No more questions. Thank you very much for joining us.
It's for me to thank you. Many thanks.
And I would like to invite everyone who presented today to get their certificates and a picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we go for a break, if you'd like one.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Existem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
eyes were soft as stone. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning in the my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com o corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Vai, dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Parreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal
Oh, no.
para a cooperação
Está.
sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
No. Ok. Boa tarde a todos. Vamos. Hello everyone. We'll start our next session, the session of 11 o'clock of our colloquium. I ask everybody to take their seats. And fasten your seatbelts. Our first guest in this session is Stepan Grabski from the Armenian State Pedagogical University, named after Kachatur Abovian in Armenia. Stepan Grabski is an independent researcher and is a member of the International Association of Paremiology. His paper is called Cultural Linguistic Approach in the Acquisition of Foreign Language Teaching through the Study of Proverbs. And I ask you all to welcome Stefan, and let's listen to him.
Sorry, just have to readjust. Simply the presentation, it doesn't work well. Okay, it's from first page. I shall begin from the first page. Good morning. It's called Cultural Linguistic Approach in the Acquisition of Foreign Language to the Study of Proverbs. So the linguistic cultural approach of teaching foreign language is very popular in our days. This approach proposed by linguists Vereshchagin and Kostomarov is based on the perception of the foreign language through cultural prism. It is such an organization of foreign language acquisition process where the students are getting acquainted with the past and the present of the nation whose language is taught and its national cultures by the means of the language and during the process of its acquisition. This approach develops linguistic cultural competence in the students, thus forming some basis for close cultural dialogue and cooperation, mutual understanding and empathy. This approach consists of two components, the cultural component and the theoretical approach. The first one includes the data from the culture and history, and the second component explains the theory of the foreign language. So the task of the foreign language teachers is introducing of the cultural codes of another country. Codes are repositories of collection of science available for human communication. This aspect, the proverbs and the sayings are of great importance as they reflect moral values and evaluations of human behavior, so they should be widely used in foreign language teaching. The historical background of choosing the comparative study of Spanish and Armenian proverbs are as follows. Armenia remained under Arab rule for approximately 300 years, formally starting in 645. In these terms, Spain was under Arab rule nearly 800 years. In spite of the fact that Armenia and Spain are countries too far from each other, they had in common the influence of the Arabic culture. So in our opinion, both languages could have a lot in common in the cultural aspects of finding their reflection in the proverbs and sayings. In this sense, the acquisition of Spanish proverbs could be rather easy for the Armenian students and become a good basis for the formation of cultural awareness and semantical basis. From more than 4,500 proverbs in Armenian and 6,000 in Spanish, we have chosen 1,000 proverbs in both languages that have similarity in meaning and refer to the themes that are very popular in both cultures as money, farming, human etiquette, family. On the basis of this choice, we designed our exercises that were rather voluminous. They intended to evaluate both the language learning and the vocabulary acquisition, to evaluate students' cultural acquisition, how much the students learned, the meaning expressed by the proverbs both literally and allegorically. In our exercise, we used comparative and the constructive methods for both language. For example, two minds are better than one in Armenian. Más ven cuatro ojos que dos. It's equivalent in Spanish. The literal meaning of the proverb is that two minds are better than one. Two people work together are more efficient.
Stefan, I just wanted to warn you that the slides are not changing here. We are not seeing them change. The screen, your slides are not passing.
Now they are passing?
No, not yet. I think
you don't see at all.
Yeah, no, we see the first slide. We see the first slide, and it is not passing. The technician says tells you to go to full screen. Put your presentation in full screen.
Okay, I will try.
Okay,
but you have seen only the first presentation, the first page. You have seen only the first page.
Yeah, we see. Yeah, we see only the first page.
Okay, I will try it now. I put it full screen.
No, it's not in full screen.
Now you see the first page. Now do you see the second page?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Sorry. Okay, I will try to change. I will try to change the sharing, and now I will share the screen otherwise. So.
Okay.
Okay, it's desktop 1. Now. Okay, do you see the change?
Yes. but we are not. Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. It was such a pity. I probably did something.
It
I
went
did
back.
something wrong, but
It went back to what it. Oh, right.
okay. Now it's okay.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, so I saw. Can I begin from the beginning? So, or I shall continue from the places I've stopped. Okay. Linguistic cultural approach of teaching foreign language is very popular in our days. This approach proposed by linguists Vereshchagin and Kostomarov is based on the perception of the foreign language through cultural prism. It is such an organization of foreign language acquisition process where the students are getting acquainted with the past and the present of the nation whose language is taught and its national cultures by means of the language and during the process of its acquisition. This approach develops linguistic cultural competence in the students, thus forming some basis for cross-cultural dialogue and cooperation, mutual understanding and empathy. This is the cultural component and the theoretical approach. The first one includes the data from the culture and history, and the second component explains the theory of the foreign language. So the task of the foreign language teacher is introducing of the cultural codes of another country. Codes are repositories of collection of science available for human communication. In this aspect, the proverbs and the sayings are of great importance as they reflect moral values and evaluations of human behavior, so they should be widely used in foreign language teaching. The historical background of choosing the comparative study of Spanish and Armenian proverbs are as follows. Armenia remained under Arab rule for approximately 300 years, formally starting in 645. In this term, Spain was under Arab rule nearly 800 years. In spite of the fact that Armenia and Spain are countries too far from each other, they had in common the influence of the Arabic culture. So in our opinion, both languages could have a lot in common in the cultural aspect of finding their reflection in the proverbs and sayings. In this sense, the acquisition of Spanish proverbs could be rather easy for the Armenian students and become a good basis for the formation of cultural awareness and semantical basis. From more than 4,500 proverbs in Armenian, 6,000 in Spanish, we have chosen 1,000 proverbs in both languages that have similarity in meaning and refer to the themes that are very popular in both cultures as money, farming, human etiquette, family. On the basis of this choice, we designed our exercises that were rather voluminous. They intended to evaluate both the language learning and the vocabulary acquisition, to evaluate the students' cultural acquisition, how much the students learned the meaning expressed by the proverbs both literally and allegorically. In our exercise, we use the comparative and the constructive methods for both language. Two minds are better than one in Armenian. Mas ven cuatro ojos que dos. The literal meaning of the proverb is that two minds are better than one. The two people working together are more efficient than one. It's an example of proverbs. The point of such an exercise is that comparing the meaning of Armenian proverb, the students deduces the corresponding Spanish word. By the comparison of the proverbs in both languages, we distinguish several topics which are very popular in both cultures. If you consider the Armenian list of proverbs, 90% of the proverbs belong to the theme that speaks of the sadness and joy. These two themes seem to be very common and reflect well the states of human beings experienced during their lives. The other 90% belong to the topic who must rely on their strength. If you consider Armenian list of proverbs, 90% of the proverbs belong to the theme that speaks of sadness and joy. These two themes seem to be very common and reflect the states. Okay, so human beings experience during their lives. The dominance of such percentage is not surprising since we talk about the problems faced by human beings throughout their lives. So trusting our strength is a fairly common matter since it tells us how normally a human being treats the other. These two topics together form 38% of the total list. The dominance of such percentage is not surprising since we talk about the problems faced by human beings throughout their lives. So trusting your strength is a fairly common matter since it tells us how normally a human being treats the other. These two topics together form 38% of total list. The other 40% is divided between the proverbs that speak of changes, dignity, and infidelity, respectively. Fidelity and ambitions are very common topics, but it's not very clear because they take the second place in the list of the most frequent proverbs, perhaps because they talk about the qualities that can cause problems of antisocial origin. The third place, 10%, is divided between the proverbs that speak of success and failure, of drones and robbery, and also of the people who are always not at ease. Each topic of these three has frequency of 3%. It is also worth noting that less common themes, the 6 themes speak of honesty and misfortune, uselessness, intrigue, and identity, with 10% of frequency of each one, respectively. If we talk about Spanish topics, the three most common prominent topics are those that talk about intrigues, agricultural work, and also about money, which sounds quite logical because the money problem has occupied human beings for centuries. These three proverbs form 59%, 21, 19, and 15% respectively. It's quite interesting to compare these three quantities with statistical data of the Armenian proverbs, because here very interesting and horticultural factors stand out for even more detailed studies. The next four most frequent topics on the list of Spanish proverbs are the following: ambition with 8% frequency, misfortune and arrogance with 656 frequency, and it concludes the other proverbs that speak of family and being brief and direct with the following statistical data, 5% and 5% respectively. The following 9 topics have the proverb statistical frequency are trust in your own strength, shamelessness, from bad to worse, everything has its price, vice and fool, and sadness and joy, and truthfulness. In our opinion, such kind of thematic comparison will allow us to find the necessary proverbs in designing the exercises. Thank you very much. I finished.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. We have apparently lots of time for questions. If anyone has questions, let him speak now or forever hold his peace.
I start so that the others can go on then. So a question about those foreign students you have. Are they coming from special countries or all over the world, or what is going to be, what is their mother language when they come to Armenia? You hear me?
Armenians speak Armenian.
No.
Spanish. I study. I have degree in Spanish language. I'm now working on my PhD on Spanish language. Most Armenians speak. They learn the Russian and English language. Spanish language is not very popular in Armenia, but there are of course students that study Spanish language, and they are free to analyze and learn foreign cultures through the help of proverbs. Such exercises is what we were designing to help students learn foreign language, in this case, Spanish language.
Yes, so they are mostly Armenian students studying foreign language, not foreign people studying Armenian language.
No, there are Armenians who study Spanish, who want to study this, who want to learn Spanish language. It's this exercise, but I think this exercise is very versatile. They can be used in other countries too. It's a method to how, by comparison, we can learn foreign language. We compare two proverbs and we deduce their meanings.
Yes.
So it's designed for Armenians, but it can work for other nationalities too.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I have one question. How many religions are in Armenia? And the proverbs are connected more with one of them. Which one?
Well, the Armenians are mostly belong to the Armenian Apostolic Church. 90% of Armenians are of Apostolic Church, and they are Catholic Armenians too.
Yes. And Orthodox?
Orthodox Armenians, well, Armenian Church belongs to the Orthodox branch of the Christianity, but Armenian Apostolic Church is a separate branch.
Yes,
and Orthodox Armenians are well, Armenians are Orthodox in general, but those who belong to the Greek Church or Russian Church, they are very okay.
And Muslims? We don't.
No, there are no Muslims in Armenia.
No. Okay.
Armenians are 90% of Armenians are of Apostolic Church. Most Armenians belong to their own church, so there is no great religious diversity in Armenia.
Normally, we use proverbs to approach a new language, and when we interpret the proverb, in fact, we touch the cultural context. And thank you for your concept, the linguistic cultural approach, because it's complex and it's very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there is a further question?
Hi, thank you very much. I've got a question about the common origin of these Armenian and Spanish proverbs. So you said it was due to the Arabic language, but did you maybe check if some of these proverbs still existed in Arabic nowadays? And second question, do you think that the common origin was maybe the spoken Arabic or maybe written collections in Arabic, or do you have a little idea about this? Or
yes, I will answer the question. The problem is that proverbs that exist. I studied different kind of proverbs. I studied Arabic proverbs, Spanish proverbs, Armenian proverbs, and I noticed that there are very many proverbs that are in common in both Armenian and Spanish and in Arabic too. In fact, proverbs are very widely spread over the world, and so we can find very common meanings in different proverbs. The point is that Armenian and Spain were under Arabic rules, so in cultural sense, not in the sense of how we interpret the proverbs, in cultural sense, understanding Spanish and Armenian cultures through proverbs and by comparing them, because there were many proverbs which were much in common. I didn't show this in work, but I studied it and noticed that 90% of our Spanish proverbs had their Armenian equivalents.
I just want to demand for you and all that there are so many different Arabic languages in use that the spoken Arabic is everywhere different. There are various Arabic spoken languages, so it is impossible to say which one who has used. So, but Arabic culture is more common. So, and the only text that is common is written Quran text. Yeah, but it is the same. So.
When we talk about Arabic cultures, what I implied that Quran is perhaps an important religious religious book. It's in fact is the core of the Arabic religion. But Proverbs have not always have something important, and they don't always deal with Quran. There are proverbs which are independent from religion, and when they were accumulated through centuries by the study of different phenomena. Proverbs reflect the folkloric part of our world. They are culturally important, but Quran just is the little part of our culture. So it is not proverbs. Proverbs are included in Quran, but proverbs are also there are proverbs which are independent from Quran and they have nothing to do with Quran, but they have to do with the culture they were formulated. For example, I've studied Armenian, Arabic, and Armenian proverbs, and I noticed that there were lots of proverbs which are in common. Perhaps it deserves more detailed study why there were such great congruence in meanings. I've written a scientific article. Quran is not a proverb book. Quran proverbs has to do more with folklore, with folkloric culture. Folklore is something which develops through centuries. Spain was under Arabic rule for 800 years. So during 800 years, there were many cultural contacts between Arabs and Armenians, and perhaps we have not to forget that modern day Arabs, they are not the Arabs which existed 800 years ago. They are not so united nowadays. So this cultural heritage has to do something with history.
Okay. Any more questions? Lisa?
I go on. It would be very nice to have you here sometime so we can discuss. You could tell a little bit more about this side because actually we don't know so much about this part of word and this part of Proverbs. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I concur with Lisa that it will be. Uti, yes.
Thank you. I also want to ask about a collection which we have in this Matti Kuusi proverb system, this typology, and we have only one book there from Karapetyan. Do you know? You must know. Armianski poslovici pogovorki from 1973. Maybe you know it. Karapetyan.
Karapetyan. Okay, I've answered your question. Unfortunately, I don't know all the Armenians. But I know there are many authors. For example, Galanyan is a very well-known author of Proverbs. He collected many Armenian proverbs, and so there are many authors who are studying this branch of science, how Proverbs can help us understand foreign and own culture. There are many. Proverbs nowadays in Armenia are not so very popular topics. So there are not so many authors who are very interested in Proverbs, but understanding Proverbs is not something new here. And I hope that in the future, this branch of science I don't know how is it called, primeology. Primeology will become more popular in Armenia. Nowadays, Armenians are not very interested in primeology in general, but perhaps I think things will change.
Simeon?
The Armenian culture is very, very strong, and the Proverbs are alive there. I am Romanian, and we have greatest bishop, Armenian, Antim Ivirianu, and he wrote the first book of sermons in Romanian literature, and every sermon has many proverbs, and he to touch the audience, the people, and so, for example, many proverbs enter in our culture, popular culture, from this attitude of this Armenian bishop, Antim Ivirianu. Today, perhaps, is the same thing in your society, to spread proverbs through the church, the sermons.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. It's a very interesting question. Perhaps church has played a very important role in Armenian culture, and in the past, many educated Armenians, they were from church, and church played a great role in preserving Armenian books and Armenian writings. So it's a history now, but perhaps nowadays church also plays a very important role in our culture, in our country. We have, for example, Shogakat, a television broadcasting company which belongs to church. Church now is educating Armenians too. Church plays important role in educating here people. So church is very important in our country, perhaps.
More
Armenian
questions?
church plays a... Sorry?
No, I was just asking if there were more questions. Sorry. No, then a round of applause to Stefan.
Thank you very much.
And I now call the next speaker, who is sorry, I think it's Professor Maria Beatriz Rocha Trindade. Please, the floor is yours, and we look forward to hear what you're going to say.
So, good morning, everybody. As every year, I begin to apologize for my English, but I think that I prefer to speak a bad English than a very, very good and excellent Portuguese, because like so, we become more near. So if you please, if you can read the first sentence, and after I have choose to present lots of images that I comment that it's easiest to understand. As you know, my professional love is related with migration, and for us Portuguese, it's very easy to understand that. But I was quite obliged to remember you that migration was a very important component of our life, of our culture, and it's the beginning. But nevertheless, we are in almost 100 of countries, and the last politics developed after the revolution is to quite a substitution by the previous African and Asiatic colonies by these new settlements of Portuguese abroad, and they develop till now a very intense politic related with a permanent contact and the investment in this relation with people abroad. I show very quickly the countries where they're setting, namely in Brazil and in Europe, especially in France. After. And now I try to show you how is developed this kind of relation and how to honor those who lived. I don't know if you can read. Generally, I am not a connoisseur of Proverbs, so my articles and exposés are speaking about this subject, and after choose Proverbs adapted to the situation. So Portugal has created after 1977, a day of existed a day of Portugal, and after they associate Camões, that it's the big epic of Portuguese and the Portuguese communities, so was another to be associated like Portuguese communities to the name of Portugal. So it's Day of Portugal, Camões, and Portuguese communities. And every day in Portugal or abroad, Portugal organized and the local communities a celebration related with. So it is by giving that that one receives. So you can see Portugal is Praça do Comércio, is the big square in Lisbon, and I show only, like an example, in Funchal, Madeira, and Açores, this day, 10 June. And abroad, you can see in the States, in Canada, in Brazil, and in Europe, in almost all the countries. And it's quite a way to catalyze contacts and the interrelation with people of Portuguese origin. Abroad, I participate, if you don't mind, I participate this day in France with the President of the Republic of France, the President of the Republic in Portugal, a big reception in the mairie, the town hall of Paris, inauguration of monument was extraordinary. We cannot imagine how different and well organized with a very high social high participation. And to do propaganda of this day, now we have a day of emigrant, generally coincident with the summer holidays in August or end of July. And we have lots of very, very interesting cartazes. How can we say cartazes? Posters. So you can see, you can read. Feast of Immigrant and Feira. How can we say Feira? Fair of Immigrant. You see immigrant in all those posters, if you please. So I tried to sow in Portugal, continental Portugal, and in the archipels of Madeira and Açores, to say that is a celebration in all the country. If you don't, it's Açores autonomous region. And so I insist in the public recognition at the level of religious celebrations and profane celebrations, integrated devotions and pilgrimages, if you please. We have, not every Portuguese knows that now we have Our Lady of Emigrant. Mainly is the North, but I discovered lots of Our Ladies of Emigrants. And if you don't mind, Our Lady of the Emigrants protects them in the life so that, even distant, they will remember you, Mother dearest. It's interesting, isn't it, for us Portuguese? I am discovering all the time things related with this phenomenon of immigration. I have this is a figurative potter, and this is a panel of Our Lady. Quem se muda, Deus ajuda. Good helps whoever moves. And religious celebrations. We have processions with Our Lady all the time in the north. The north of Portugal is more religious, more practicant than in the south, as we know Portuguese. And the continental procession, there are, como é que se diz, poesia. Poetry was interpreted by a great poet, by a great actor, João Vilaré. This church tower, bells toll. There's lavender and rosemary on the ground. In our village, may God protect it. The procession passes. It's very, very beautiful, as we can remember. Okay. And Madeira, you see, another time. And the Açores. I am very, very grateful to our colleague and friend, Manuel Marujo, who presented yesterday her communication, because she gave me some very beautiful. I discovered, but I have not visited, the big square in Açores. The next, if you please. I'll show you after. And they organize specially dinner for immigrants, as you can see. Jantar, jantar, jantar. And you can see another posters related with football teams, the more new football teams, Benfica and Porto, and Trail for Immigrants, and lots of imagination and creativity related with this road to honor the emigrants. This is abroad. And it's very interesting, the change of the posters, because in the beginning they are very religious, traditionally, but this year, I show you, it's very, very different. Because in the beginning, the priests didn't like to articulate the popular feast with the religious, separated. And now they are clever and are completely mixed and articulate, if you please. And now, if you can see, they are, como é que se diz, misturar. They mixed other saints and other traditional feasts, like Santo Antonio and Senhora do Bom Fim, with the feast. It's very clever because they have more people participating in this. You see, Festa de São Mamed, and so for me the best is we cannot imagine are the monuments in honor after the monuments of immigrants. You see the rectangular Portugal, and you see all the monuments that I discovered. It's original, this map in Portugal. After in the text you can see all the geographical localization. It's incredible. More than 30 in the country, if you please. And it's only to see how different they are. The last discovery was due to, como é que chama o nosso amigo do Alentejo? Aires, you know Aires. And Aires was not for this, but I discovered in Alentejo, in Valvargo, it's not an enormous monument, but it's banco. How can we say banco? A bench with a feet and the name assalto. Assalto, it's a way to designate clandestine immigrant, only in honor of the immigrants. But you see how different they are. Okay? There are the photos of Manuela, those. Don't you mind to tell exactly what you feel when you discover this year in Açores? It's very recent. Açores has a very, very strong emigration to the States and to Canada. And they construíram the monument, and after this, in the floor.
So the people are invited now. After the monument is a beautiful place. I think they were important enough. Instead of a big hotel, they managed that the government gave them this space, beautiful, facing the ocean, and now they have been bringing business people and people who made it well enough, very wealthy people, that are either live in the United States or Canada, and they pay.
You see, we
to have
two
a
flags, the two flags in the
with
floor
their
and the
families.
name.
Yeah, they bring the portraits of their families, and so the families are honored, are being honored, and placed. They have space, enough space to put, you know, the monument. Around the monument, these names and portraits of people who succeeded or
the children of people who succeeded are paying to honor their parents or grandparents.
The leave of Canada, you see?
But they have a lot of United States. United States are always our colonizers in Canada. Sorry, they are always richer, you know, so they have bigger things. I just copied the
And
Canadian
the Surge
one.
is in the middle between Europe and America, is just in the middle. So the art is divided by the origin and the place where they. So, if you please. So is the monument in Madeira, and evocations. I recommend you after a very marvelous feast. I travel a lot, and for me it's incredible. Is in the month of August. It's not in a fixed day, but around 2019, and is the celebration to Senhora da Agonia. I don't know how I can tell it. Agonia, it's be anxious. Our Lady of Agony. Okay, but it's incredible. It's marvelous, marvelous. But what is for me incredible, because I am all the time searching, is one thing of Des Bombo, that as the three names, Per is the place, the Portuguese, the place of departure. And after you see symbolic Torre Eiffel and symbolic Tower of London, you see? The destination and the origin, destination, all the time the network, okay? And abroad, you see also. The flag is all the time used like a very powerful symbolic element. Okay? And so, we have a bullfight related with immigrants. When I have tried, it's incredible. When I have tried to buy a ticket to see this bullfight, that it's nothing new, but no tickets. So, by the love of God, and the men say, "Oh, madam, if you are so interested, I can give you my ticket." But it's very interesting because there are bullfights in all the country. Bullfight. Some people are against, others adore bullfights, but nevertheless, it's an element of the Portugal and Spanish culture. And so is theater performances. In Açores, I saw always in the feast of Santo Cristo, and you know very well, Santo Cristo is a traditional devotion in Açores and an attraction to immigrants that come to Açores, and they realize a theater performance related also with migration. And so it's another theater piece that I saw in Oeiras 2 or 3 months before. Okay. And so is banners, gift of an immigrant, and in Fatima. If you go to Fatima, they have a special pilgrimage in the 13 August. All 1 week of August dedicated to migrants, but people come abroad with these banners and from Community of London, okay. And this was a little village in center north of Portugal that I discovered when I prepared my PhD, and since the first big war,
the First World War.
Okay, that he go to France, and they offered this door, gift of immigrants. Also, como é que se chama aquela ambulâncias?
Ambulance.
Ambulance. Lots of Portuguese ambulances are gifts from immigrants in Portugal. I have a collection. So thank you very much, and I apologize once more. Thank you very much. I am very enthusiastic about this, everything that I discover. Wow, once more. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? I think Simeon has one. Yes? Simeon.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
I have not only one.
Oh.
Do you know something about the presence of Portuguese in Romania?
No, very few.
Okay. If you want, I can
Many
tell you.
Romanians in Portugal.
Yes, but
in
now
Portuguese.
are also
Okay.
many Portugueses in
Marvelous.
in Romania. Okay, another it's not a question. Will be good. Do you like the bullfights? Do you like? Yes or no?
No, no.
Okay, good, good. And now I ask you, please,
No,
to
really.
to talk about the Holy Spirit fest in Azores. The significance of this religious holiday, Festa do Espírito Santo dos
Se calhar
Açores.
sabe muito mais que eu, não é?
Because it's very Portuguese. The Portuguese presence in all over the world is very, very important. Why? Because they remember the others what means be human in its specific humanity. For example, one friend of mine, when he was in one Nordic country, he was one service to ask something, and it was impossible because it was Friday evening. And when he began to talk Portuguese, resolved immediately the problem because the other was Portuguese.
If you allow, we know very well a colleague that has studied, Lélia Nunes Pereira, has studied, so I know, but I am not a specialist. But all my opinion is that Holy Spirit, Senhor Santo Cristo and others are catalyzers of this interaction community, and they have a very powerful place in the communities.
The Holy Spirit tradition comes from the 14th century with the...
Is this combined with Proverbs, Simon? What? Is this combined with Proverbs?
Yeah, a lot, you know. Like for example, in Canada, there's a friend of ours who just published a book on the Holy Spirit traditions, and she has a website and everything. It's very significant in every Portuguese community because of the Azorian presence. The tradition was taken from Portugal to everywhere.
Dona Isabel, Rainha Dona Isabel.
From Queen
Elizabeth,
Queen Elizabeth.
13th century.
13th century, and the King Dom Dinis was a poet and a writer, so he took that seriously from his wife. And even the church didn't at the beginning approve so much because it looked like some non-traditional Christian thing.
Profane, almost.
Almost profane. But there are churches everywhere, there are little chapels everywhere, and the blessing of the food, etc., took over the tradition. So people, it's a charity. It's charity, it's given, it's people give food to the poor, etc. So it's the practice, really, of religion. So the Holy Spirit tradition is very much alive and brings a lot of literature, a lot of sayings. Everything is related to the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit is very much alive in the communities.
Okay.
Any more questions? No?
Thank you.
Then a round of applause
Thank
to
you.
Professor Maria Beatriz.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now we pass on to the third and last speaker of this evening, Naidea Nunes, who's going to join us virtually. And yes, so the floor is yours. You can start.
Hello, thank you to the organizers for the invitations and for this opportunity. Felicitations for your excellent organization. I will share my screen. Are you seeing?
Yes.
Thank you. I will start. My presentation is written in Portuguese, but I will try to speak sometime in English. So I will present the Proverbs that is a collection made by the priest Alfredo Vieira de Freitas. And the plan of my presentation will be this: an introduction, a certain framework about parameology, the systematization of the data, and I divided the data in 7 tables that I will present to you, and then we will analyze and discuss some results and the final remarks. And we start with the introduction. This priest died in, as you can see, in 1993 in Madeira, and his collection is very interesting in the point of view sociocultural and linguistic, because he made a lot of collection of popular folk traditions of Madeira, and between a lot of data that we can find, we have popular expressions or folk expressions and proverbs. And these materials, the proverbs and these popular expressions, were not published yet until now. So it is in the Madeiran Historical Archive, and we had seen them to do this work. We started with for this study, we did the analysis for the systematizations and tried to do the classification of these materials that were collected not only for the collector was not only the priest, but also his students, because he was professor of Portuguese at the schools of Madeira when there was a lack of teachers in Madeira Island, and he was also teacher at the seminar for the formation of other priests in Madeira Island. So the objectives of this work is to identify the proverbs in this collection, because they are mixed with the popular folk expressions, and to systematize the materials, observing the proverbs that appear more than one time in this collection. And the main desafio was to distinguish these popular expressions from that have proverbial functions from the real proverbs. And I need your help to in this task, I will ask for your help to help me to distinguish some of them because I have some doubts. So the objective was to separate and compare these proverbs, seeing the ones that had rims and others that don't have rims but have repetitions of words and or oppositions, semantic oppositions, and to isolate other proverbs that have not these characteristics. So we distinguished also the proverbs that have metaphors with animals from all the others, because we had a particular interest in these ones, and also we distinguished the proverbs with about agricultural works. The paramyological framework, we will refer here in this point the work of Wolfgang, 2005, that defined 10 features for proverbs, and Whitback, 2015, that reduces these essential features to 5. So to help us to distinguish proverbs from other popular or folk expressions, these 5 features, essential features, can help us. So a proverb expresses common wisdom about humans. It is an independent linguistic unit in a prefabricated form. It is generalized, anonymous, and established. So Whiteback says that it is an independent linguistic unit in a prefabricated form, and proverbs typically are a complete sentence, meaning they have a finite verb and a subject, making them an independent linguistic unit. Following Whiteback, proverbs can be short, contain a rhyme, alliteration, and rhythm, and it means that proverbs are concise in form with a relatively schematic patterned structure. So proverbs tell us something about humans. The wisdom part draws on the fact that proverbs express sentiments, knowledge, going back several generations. The wisdom also comes in part from the fact that what the proverbs expresses is seen to be a general truth. The wisdom is common, meaning that everyone who hears it accepts the proverb as being true and perceives its meaning as a relative truth, and it is true on a particular situation and context. It means that it is adaptable for different situations. Whiteback questions what is the difference between proverbs and other phraseological expressions such as idioms, wellerism, quotes, metaphors, comparisons, maxims, and others. And he says that the distinction between all of these is, as we all know, difficult, and there are a lot of gray zones between them. But if we could at least agree on some defining aspects, it will be very important for paramyological studies. So, for Madeira, we don't have, like for Azores, a work like Gabriela Funk did for the collection and systematization of proverbs. And the more recent study that we have is the one from Rodrigues, 2018, and it is a collection of proverbs mainly in the semantic fields of meteorology, festivities and religious customs, but also some of them about agricultural works. So our systematizations of the data from the collection of the priests was done in Proverbs. We separate the more recurrent the Proverbs, the ones that appear in the collection more than one time, the popular expressions with proverbial functions that we separate from the other proverbs, and the proverbs with rhymes, the proverbs with repetitions of words and or semantic oppositions, other proverbs that don't have the previous features, and proverbs with animals and proverbs with or about agriculture. So we tried to separate some popular expressions that are not proverbs but function as that, and we separate the proverbs mainly by form, with the exception of the last ones, the proverbs with animals and the proverbs about agriculture. Only these ones we used the semantic field to separate these ones. So we start with the proverbs that appear more times in the collection, and I joined them, I systematized them here. So the first is quem muito quer, pouco tem, wants a lot, have a little. So we have a variant. The variants are quem muito quer, nada tem, nothing have nothing, and quem muito pretende, pouco alcança. That is another way to say the same. And quem tudo quer, tudo perde. Wants all, lost all. And there is another variant that is quem muito quer saber, nada sabe. Who wants to know everything, knows nothing. The other more, these appear 5 times. As you can see here, 5 times. The other is tal pai, tal filho, that appears 4 times, like son, like father, 4 times. Casa onde não há pão, todos ralham e não há razão. There is a variant that I know it was not tested, but I know that the variant is home where there is no bread, all discuss with reason, and the variant that I know but was not tested yet is in Madeira is and no one has reason. The other 3 times that was documented 3 times is quem deseja mal ao seu vizinho, o seu bem pelo caminho. Who desires evil to his neighbor is evil comes by the way. This was appeared 3 times. Another one is if you want to know the vilão, and here vilão has the meaning of a person with a lack of education and power from the rural localities or rural places, and here it says that to know the vilão, you put him the vara, that is give him some power, and he will show his character. So another variant is quem dá a mão ao vilão, este dá-lhe o pé. Who gives the hand to the vilão, he gives him the foot. And there is another one that we hear in Madeira even today, that is, and that's why I put here the ones that are between blankets are the ones that I added as variants that I know but were not tested. So the other is to know the vilão, you give him the key of the toilet. It means that the key of the toilet has no importance, but he gives it importance, and for him it is power, and he reveals its character. Another is mais vale cautela do que arrependimento, 3 times, and here cautela, it's to be careful, and caldo de galinha, chicken soup, is good for everyone, and is not bad for ill persons. And I put here, I join here the one that is mais vale prevenir do que remediar. And 2 times appear a fome é a má conselheira, the hungry is bad conselho, to give conseils, advices when we are with hungry, we are not good giving advices. And o que atrasado vier, comerá o que houver. The one that is late will eat what remains. The poeta e louco all have a little. This appears also 2 times. Manhas tomadas no berço, só a cova as tira. The bad habits that we get in the berço when we are babies, only the cova, where we go to the tomb after dying, they disappear. Tu não queres, outro me roga. If you don't want, another one will want me. That presents the variant não quer, o outro me roga. One doesn't want, the other ask me for that. And mais depressa se apanha mentiroso que coche. Here with the popular or folk form of the spoken popular or folk spoken language. Coche is written like this. And the other variant that appears that is similar in the sense is a mentira só vale enquanto a verdade não chega. The lie only is valid till the truth is not coming. Here I call your attention for the variant of the o que atrasado vier, comerá do que houver, that because we have also a correspondent other proverb that is another form of it, that is quem atrasado, sorry, I was referring the manhas tomadas no berço, só a cova as tira. That we have another proverb that I put here in the variants, that is manhas tomadas na meninice, manhas praticadas na velhice. Here we have a rhyme that is meninice, childhood, and velhice, oldness. I don't know if this word exists in English, sorry. We will continue, and here we have proverbs. Here we have some popular expressions with proverbial functions, and I need you to help me to see if these are proverbs. We can consider this, if we can consider these proverbs or not. I have doubts. So we have, nunca diga o que não sabe, nem afirme o que não viu. Never say what you know and affirm what you don't saw. That is a verse of folk poetry e Madeira. Vai cantando que vais beber. Go singing that you will drink. For drunk men. O Senhor é a imagem da vida, como o Senhor é a imagem da morte. This is a religious expression. Quem está por fora cheira a tabaco. Who is outside is smelling tabaco. Presunção e água benta tomam-nas quem quer. Presumptions and benedicted water only who wants it takes it. Pó não conversa. It's difficult for me to understand this expression. Pó is I don't know to say it in English. Don't speaks. Quem se fica, cardos lhe come. Who stays, cardos. It's a plant that have some points that are not so agreeable. And the plant eats you. The giant is now by the finger. O gigante conhece pelo dedo. Quem compra de mim panos veste 2 vezes ao ano. Who buys me clothes dresses it twice in a year. Quem nunca aprendeu a ler só sabe o que se passa no local onde estiver. The one that never learned to read only knows what happens in the place he is. And we have another variant in the collection that is: quem teve a grande desgraça de não aprender a ler é como porco. Who have the greatest disgrace of not learning to read is like a pig. It means that is like a pig closed in a pig's area, because it is the cultural pig creation is very important in Madeira Island, because like in other areas of Portugal, the pig was very important to kill and to have his meat for Christmas. That was very important for poor people that only eaten meat for Christmas. And imundo, pork, imundo, dirty, that only sees 2 palms of the chão, the ground floor where he was closed, and doesn't know anything that happens in the world, and doesn't know to give reason to anything. So this is very important, because the education to learn to read and to write was not for everyone. Only the rich people at that time could learn and go to school. Quem tem muita manteiga assa no espeto. Who has too much butter puts it in a stick, and this could be related to our traditional dish, that is espetada, meat in a stick. And today also we put butter in the stick to do that meat. that is done like in a barbecue. Now we continue with these expressions. We continue with these popular or folk expressions. Haja bons que maus não falta. And here we have the note that this is said when we ask, when we receive a favor, not when we ask, but when we receive a favor. So
Desculpe interromper, queria só avisá-la que vai ter de concluir em breve, está bem?
Okay.
Muito obrigado.
So these are proverbs that are not contextualized, but only three have three notes, and this is giving the context. This note is giving the context of this expression. When we use it is when receiving a favor, and it means that we are glad for having good people because bad people are a lot. So I will continue because we have no time. Proverbs with rhymes are the most of them are with rhymes. So then you will have the opportunity to see them in the publication. I will go on. Proverbs with rhymes continue. Here we can see one is Manha de Portugal. É manha de Portugal comer e dizer mal. It is a habit of Portuguese people to eat and to say bad things about that, what they have eaten. And I will continue more proverbs with rhymes because are the most of them. And they continue here. I have some doubts with quem fala no diabo, ele aparece. Who talks about the devil, he appears to them. And I put here in the proverbs with rhymes because we have this proverb with a rhyme. Quem fala do diabo aparece no rabo. So it's the same. And the pequenino é que se torce o vime. From children, it's when we twist the vime here, vime, with the reference to the agricultural work and the crafty madeira. That is very important because we have the pequenino é que se torce o pepino, and here we have the rhyme. And proverbs with repetitions or semantic oppositions of words, we have quem bem faz, assim faz, mais vale cair em graça do que ser engraçado, e uma graça para ter graça uma vez basta, uma só vez basta, and muda-te que te mudarei a sorte. This one was in the presentation of Professora Beatriz Rocha Trindade, and other ones that repeat some words as you can see. Then we have other proverbs that have not the previous features and that I put here, that some of them I have doubts about if they are proverbs, but I think they are proverbs. Other proverbs, it continues, and then we have metaphorical proverbs with animals that represents people, and we have here the cat, the rat, the caça, o furão, the pigs, and I continue. The agricultural proverbs we have here are muita parra, pouca uva. Here there is an opposition, a semantic opposition. Gaba-te cesto que amanhã vais à vindima, that have doubts, but I think is a proverb. Quem faz cesto faz cento. Here we have alliteration, one alliteration with the start of the word is the same, have the same sound. And cabelo de gado não mata pastor, and nem todo mato faz palheiro. Analysis and discussion of the results. Predominam the proverbs with the rims predominate with 56 elements. Then we have the popular expressions with proverbial functions with 48 occurrences. Then the proverbs without rims and without repetition of words, without these features, and that I considered other proverbs. It was considered I consider it other proverbs here, and they were 44. Then the proverbs with repetitions and oppositions, semantic oppositions of words, 25. And then the metaphorical proverbs with animals were 10, and for agricultural proverbs are only 5 in this collection, and the proverbs that were that appear in the collection more than one time were 18. So the total of proverbs in the collection are 206. The proverbs generally have rhyme and rhythm, and we only find one with alliteration, that was quem faz cesto faz cento, and we find one with a repetition, a phonetic repetition, that is a phonetic proverb, cré com cré, lé com lé, and I don't know if these are onomatopoeical, if it has an onomatopoeical origin. So the enunciated proverbials enunciated don't have context and no interpretation or meaning in the collection. And we have one interesting note for the proverb cerimônias acabadas, velas apagadas, that has a religious base. That is, when the ceremonies are done, finished, the candles are apagadas, are raised. So here we have the note that it is said when in the final of a conversation or a visit to a person, we don't offer any more wine, because here we offer a lot of wine for people that visit another people at home. So it is a cultural context. And for finishing, the major part of the proverbs in the collection of this collector continues to be recognized for and used today, but these enunciates were not tested. Now the next work is to test these ones in the population, actually in the society, Madeira society, in rural context and urban context, to see if we find yet and people recognize these proverbs and with which forms. We have the registration of popular forms, folk forms, as they are spoken.
Vai ter mesmo de concluir, peço desculpa,
Yes,
vai ter
in
mesmo
the
de concluir.
time, and I pass to the conclusion, that is, proverbs and expressions in this collection are very important because they are dated. The date, we know the date, the period of the collection, where in the time it was done, and we know that the collections were made in Madeira Island. So the differentiation between proverbs and the popular expressions were the more difficult part for us, other desafio was the classification of the proverbs by forms and semantic areas, because we started with form classification and then we did semantical classification also for some proverbs. And as we have seen, the rhyme and the repetitions of words and semantic oppositions are very common, and the variants are also important for us to know that proverbs change in form during times, a long time, but we can also even continue to recognize them. I'm finished. Sorry for the extension of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Now I call to the front all those who presented in this session who are present, which I think is only Professor Maria Beatriz. Please come to receive your certificates. And we are going to have a break for lunch. We resume at 2 p.m. Okay? Thank you, everyone. Já disse.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Feira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Feira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de moluscos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Eyes were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can help staring at you. I'm fine as long as you're mine. Queen of the night, I'm falling apart. You're the missing king I wanted you Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us apart. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like
like a strange love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up, and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about my heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest till I got you. My body's burning, my darling, please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe. Enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na Serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can help staring at you. I'm fine as long as you're mine. Queen of the night, I'm falling apart. You're the missing king I wanted to Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us apart. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us.
My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed, love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, 'cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about who you are. My heart is burning, my darling.
amostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim, que era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Feira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Sweetie, you can still go to...
Hello. Just we are sharing this session, and I thank you, Jonathan, to begin, please.
Rui, it's nice to see you in this challenging slot. So, I'm going to begin by entertaining you by a cartoon extract. Can we have the YouTube extract, please?
Sweetie, you could still go to McGill, the Harvard of Canada.
Anything that's the something of the something isn't really the anything of anything.
So, just to unpack that, if it's not entirely clear, Lisa is upset that she won't be able to go to Harvard. Her mother tries to comfort her by saying, you could go to McGill, using the sobriquet, the Harvard of Canada. And Lisa's response is, anything that's the something of the something isn't really the anything of the anything. And this identifies a very interesting structure or frame, something of the something, we might call it, which has got lots of applications. This particular one is the Harvard of, in this case, Canada, but there are other Harvards, supposed Harvards, in the world. The west of the United States, Stanford claims the laurels. In the southwest, Rice, which I have to admit I hadn't heard of, but it's the Harvard of the Southwest, apparently. In the south, there's a battle between Duke and Emory universities. And to be even more specific, the Harvard of the Bayou is Nichols State. So in all these cases, all these North American cases, Harvard is being taken as the epitome of educational excellence. But it's not the only one, because the place where I currently live, Tartu, has been described since at least circa 1925 as the Oxford of the Baltic. And there are many Oxfords as well. In North America, the Oxford of the West is Chicago. The East, in India, in Pune, and also in Allahabad. In the South, so this is a strange compass. The South, we go to Tennessee, Sewanee, and the Oxford of the South Seas is in Melbourne. But there is educational epitome that predates, at least historically, perhaps not in usage, Oxford, and that is Athens. So we can think about Edinburgh as the Athens of the North, perhaps not so much the university, but the general intellectual life in the 18th century. Lexington, Kentucky is the Athens of the West. Nashville, Tennessee is the Athens of the South. And in German discourse, this phrase was used as well, not so much with compass points, but with the names of rivers. So Göttingen was the Leine Athen, the Athens of the Leine. Munich was the Athens of the Isar. And Tartu, which was then called Dorpat, and whose university was part of this German-speaking academic world, was the Embach Athen. I don't know how many people currently living in Tartu who realize the sobriquet Emajoe Athena, which is a loan translation of the German Embach Athen. So we have this structure used with epitomes of educational excellence. What else do we find? Oh yes, sorry, there are farther, beyond these compass points and these rivers, there are also larger state and geographical designations. So Cuba has its own Athens, as does West Africa and America. Paris. Paris is something to be admired for its sophistication and civilization, and many places wish to associate themselves with Paris. The Paris of the North includes Aalborg in Denmark, Riga in Latvia, and Tromsø in Norway. There's also the South. While these ones were mostly in the north of Europe, the South is a very broad category. It includes New Orleans, the south of the United States, Montpellier, the south of France, Buenos Aires, the south of the southern hemisphere. Buenos Aires also goes by the sobriquet of the Paris of the West, as well as of the South. So I suppose it is both west and south of the original Paris. As well as those compass directions, we also have San Francisco's sobriquet of the Paris of the Pacific, or Denver as the Paris of America. The Paris of the East, I think this was the most popular example of this form that I found. It even has its own dedicated Wikipedia page. There are lots of competitors. So, places east of Paris which wish to claim this status include Baku, Beirut, Bucharest, and Budapest. Go through a whole series of places in Eurasia, including India and China, and the list ends with Tehran and Warsaw. So this is a highly sought after sobriquet. Similarly, the Venice of the North is, as you can see, I won't go through all of these areas, includes a large number of competitors. There is also the competition for the Venice of the East, which is another thing many places wish to describe themselves as. Venice of the North is mostly in Northern Europe. Venice of the East is in the eastern half of Eurasia, including Japan and Thailand and India and China and other places as well. But it's not just educational excellence or glamour or cities with lots of canals, which are the first item in such frames. We also find a lot of Manchesters. What do you think Manchester, when people are comparing a place to Manchester, what that is? Sorry? Yes, in industry, yeah, but industry in general and particularly textile industries. Yes, some other Venice areas. So Tampere is the Manchester of Finland. And it is an area, yes, it is. It's an area with lots of textile works of Finlayson and others. Nantes in France, Chemnitz in Germany, Norrköping in Sweden, but also Ahmedabad in India, all lay claim to this status of being the Manchester of their particular area, the most industrialized or perhaps industry connected with textile place there. We also find this formula used in an ethno-confessional sense. Vilnius is the Jerusalem of the North. Amsterdam was the Jerusalem of the West. They're places where you find lots of Jewish people, at least historically. So it can also be used as a kind of way of designating ethnic hotspots as well as other characteristics. So maybe that's enough in terms of examples. There are other forms I could go through. The Switzerland of, which is usually a beautifully mountainous area. The Tuscany of, which is usually kind of smoother hills. The San Moritz of, which is a little bit like the Beverly Hills of, which I didn't put here, which is a kind of wealthy area. The London of, actually all these examples came from mainland Britain. So Glasgow, Blackpool, Manchester and other places were competing, presumably in the eyes of tourists, to be the London of the North, where you could get a good nightlife outside of London. Chicago is a less positive one. If somewhere is the Chicago of a place, it's usually the place with a lot of crime. The Grand Canyon and the Stonehenge, there are kind of natural wonders or ancient man-made wonders, and so on and so forth. So, as well as these examples of constructions, there are also analogous constructions. So I've been talking about place names, but we can also think about personal names, the names of outstanding individuals. So several places have their own Robin Hood. Lithuania has Tadas Blinda, Estonia has Rumu Jüri. I'm not quite sure I'm going to say this right. Joaquin Murrieta is known as the Robin Hood of the West and also the Robin Hood of El Dorado. So there, the personal name has been taken as the epitome of this outlaw, this good outlaw. Similarly, many people could be described as the Pele of a particular activity. You can be described as the Pele of football, which is the native ground of Pele. He was a footballer. So this example from Peru is of a footballer, but you can also be described as the Pele of another sport. So Falcao was not the Pele of football, but the Pele of futsal. Or to get further away from football, pole vaulting also had its own Pele. And further away still, not even in the sphere of sports, but in the sphere of writing lyrics for songs, Don Black has been described as the Pele of lyrics. So the domain for which you can be a Pele can be quite tight, wider, or wider yet. Another kind of analogous formation is one that we find in often dialect descriptions within natural history. Torbay, a town in the southwest part of coastal England, seagull is known by the sobriquet, the Torbay pigeon. In other words, there are so many seagulls in Torbay, their frequency is like the frequency of pigeons in other places. And it's put the Torbay pigeon, we could reconstruct it, the seagull is the pigeon of Torbay. We would be able to reword it in that way. Similarly, my home place is allegedly got so many oaks that they're like weeds. And another example of a bird name is the reed warbler found in Devon in Torcross. But I think here the feature isn't so much frequency, it's that the reed warbler is a good singer. It's like the nightingale is in other places. For us in Torcross, it's the reed warbler who fills that function. Similarly, there's something similar about saying, I don't know, Bucharest is the Paris of the East, and saying a place is a little Paris, or a little Berlin, or a little London, like Brighton is little London. Or indeed little Venice. You don't say Regent's Park is the Venice of London, but you say something quite similar. You call that area where there are some canals and boats Little Venice. It's a similar use of this well-known place as the epitome for which you're comparing the current place. And there are many examples of littles throughout the world. And the fourth and final analogous formation I'm going to mention is the formation, the poor man's. So if we go back to Harvard, not McGill, but Brooklyn College is the poor man's Harvard. Or Umbria is the poor man's Tuscany. Does it mean it's poor in itself? Maybe, maybe not. It may mean it's a more accessible, a cheaper place to go. If you want Tuscan experiences but you don't have enough euros, why not go to Umbria instead? So there are several classes of similar formations which are kind of quite analogous to the something of the something formation. Although in the something of the something, there's clearly a structure that involves a certain forness. if we take as the archetypal example, Tampere is the Manchester of Finland, we can say Tampere is A and Finland is B. How do I use this as a pointer? Anyway, you can see it, I'm sure. There's A and B, which belong together, and they're being compared with C and D. A, B, and C are stated in the formation, but D, Manchester is in England, that D isn't stated in the statement. It's taken for granted. It doesn't need to be stated because it's not actually a remark about England, it's a remark about Finland, at Tampere. It reminds me a little bit of the faunus of kennings, where a kenning like bone house, banhus for a man, is based on a faunus. You've got the bones in the body and you've got the struts in the house. But the struts and the man aren't mentioned. Only 2 of the 4 elements are mentioned, like 3 of the 4 elements are mentioned here. C, of course, as we have seen, is the epitome of a particular characteristic, whereas A is the example we have at hand, and to the addressees, it's something not known, not yet known, lesser known, or not known for the characteristic that A epitomizes. So there is, if we talk in epistemic terms, there's a kind of asymmetry, that A, Tampere, is lesser known than C, Manchester. So if we're thinking about questions of language and power, and if we take Lisa Simpson's critique seriously, that anything that's a something of something isn't the anywhere of anywhere, one could say that using such a structure elevates C. You're reinforcing existing assumptions and perhaps prejudices. But on the other hand, you could also argue that when you use this construction, you're actually elevating A at the same time. It's Tampere, which is the Manchester of Finland. It's not Turku, it's not Oulu, it's not Helsinki. Tampere is being elevated above its potential local competitors. So these aspects of language and power are working in interesting and not entirely monodirectional ways. So I've just kind of opened the subject. I think if we're making further research on this topic, what would be particularly interesting to do would be to do something with context, socio-linguistic context. You can find them on Wikipedia, but who actually says them? To whom? And when? And where? What kind of currency do they have? Is it the kind of statement that tourist boards make? Or is it the kind of remark that normal people would make? What is their history? Amsterdam is the Venice of the North, goes back to the 17th century. Glasgow is the Venice of the North, is far more recent. So there's a historical aspect, there's a geographical aspect. Did you notice the ones that were using the epitome Harvard were all based in North America? So there's some kind of local aspect as well, a spatial aspect. And finally, we might kind of think of tone, because although these expressions can be used to elevate, they can also be used ironically. I think of particular example by the English comedian Ken Dodd, who, opening at the City Varieties in Leeds, regaled his audience with the remark, "Oh, it's so nice to be back in Leeds, the Miami of Yorkshire." So doing this, it's an ironic contrast for rainy and workaday post-industrial city with the city of holidays and sunshine and leisure. So to conclude, there are all sorts of things that can be done with this formula, And I look forward to hearing more examples of it and more examples of its usage from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Please, some questions?
Just ask you, do you know why Tampere is the Manchester of Finland?
Tell me.
Yes, it is the electricity. It was available in Tampere, water power, and that's why those machines could be working in Tampere. And also on Tampere area, there were a lot of people who needed job, because girls, ladies, women didn't have so many places, and it was like in Manchester.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I promised to have a question for you.
Aye.
When we were, the other day, we were talking about this, and I was telling you about the saying that Iceland is the Hellas of the North. And I really didn't know much about it. But I remember you asked me specifically, were there Icelanders that used this phrasing, or were there foreigners? And what does it matter if it are the local people or foreigners or outsiders that use the phrase?
It matters.
And I can tell you.
Tell me.
I can tell you also that I have found evidence that Akureyri is the Manchester of Iceland.
Oh, very good. Another Manchester.
And Höfn in the southeast of Iceland is the Venice of Iceland.
Which is this Venice?
Höfn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, I think it makes a lot of difference if it's a self-ascription or if it's an outsider's ascription. Self-ascriptions may often be taken with a grain of salt, whereas outsiders' ascriptions, say about Göttingen or somewhere, it's actually showing that it's got a greater currency, a greater reach, a greater perhaps plausibility.
My brains are working now all the time. So actually in Proverbs, when we put names instead of something else that never have existed, so we take also all those other features, what is put together. For example, all roads lead to Roma. And when we say about Tavira, we imagine that Tavira is like Roma. Is it right or wrong? Do you think that the logic goes this way?
You mean there's an implicit comparison between Rome and Tavira in replacing Rome with Tavira?
Yes, and whatever we replace those names, because in Proverbs sometimes they change the places, names of.
Yeah, I think there can be, but not necessarily, particularly over time. So to go back to this example about Tartu, I don't think people who use the phrase now that it's the Athens on the Amajugi actually think that it's one amongst many rivers which have their own Athens in Europe. So that comparative context can be lost over time.
Congratulations. And thank you, because you give us to reflect on the family names, for example. In Romanian, many times when they create the family name, they use this axiological structure of names, the name of the father, the name of his occupation, or someone in the family was priest, was a teacher, and appeared this name in the family name.
Yeah, but that's very interesting. There is a kind of analogy in spe going on there. It's a hoped-for analogy. If you call someone, I don't know, Alfred, You want them to be like King Alfred. You don't know. And I was talking to our Turkish colleague last night, and she was saying that she knew a lot of people in her area called Muhammad, but many of them were naughty people because they'd somehow reacted against the idea of being named for the prophet and wanted to go against that, get off those rails and become a bit of a rebel. So these naming is actually before life has begun. Whereas calling somewhere a Manchester or a Paris is talking about something which has already done something.
Thanks, Jonathan. This naming is the name of this day, because also about this catalog, I think there was also about names. And then in my presentation was about this Rome, and it is interesting that in history of Rome, maybe you don't remember that the second Rome was Constantinople, and then third Rome, Moscow. And then they really took this name to put it in the center, like this in all roads go to Tavira. It is the way to take the center.
Yeah, taking the center. I think you're right. So there is there's an element of analogy that it's like Rome, but it's also, if it's the second or the third, it's meant to be replacing the first and the second. So it's not like saying that Tartu is the Oxford of the Baltic. It's not rendering Oxford obsolete, whereas like the third or second Romes are meant to render the others obsolete.
I think they're also talking about Moscow. There's of course also all roads lead to Tulsa, which means where the samovars were made. So I don't think that would have much to do with Rome at all. I think they are just stressing the fact that Tulsa was the headquarters for making the teapots, you know. But Jonathan, the examples you gave as a secondary thing, little, I think that's really a very popular paradigm. In my Vermont, you know, the Trapp family, that Sound of Music that came to where I live, and we call that Little Austria, of course. You know, so just as a example.
Thank you. Linda, yes?
Thank you very much, Jonathan. That was very interesting.
You're welcome.
This is a sort of tangent, really, but I've heard that some places in Australia refer to like the bed linen department of the, you know, in a big store. They call it Manchester.
All right.
Which I thought, you know, obviously because of the textile connection, it's just a little aside there.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Please. Okay, I have the mic. And so I was wondering if you have thought to apply this study, this sort of strategy, not only to places but to people. For example, I've heard something like Milosevic is a junior league Hitler.
Yes,
or something like that. If you thought to apply this to other fields.
Yes, so if yeah, that's true. You can get a negative epitome. And if Milosevic is a second Hitler, that's different from the second Rome. It's not replacing or even outdoing the first Hitler, but it's in his mold. So yes, actually looking at negative personal characteristics. And again, it's about Hitler. Everybody knows Hitler. Milosevic, maybe people don't know that name, or they don't know how to assess it. And it's giving guidance as to how to assess this lesser-known category by a better-known category. So yes, it would be a suitable area for research in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And before to pass the word, I had one information. In the 60s of last century, one advice, touristic advice for Tavira is the Venice of Algarve. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for being late. Thank you, Rui. And now the second speaker is, sorry, I have to wear my glasses, is Shagnoza Madaeva. No? Sorry? There is a change in the, what is the name? Sorry. Safaro Navikova. Okay, from the University of Uzbekistan, the same. Okay, so Safarova Nigora, sorry. And just, this is the good things of when we are live and not recorded, okay. And so, yes, the title is here. So she's presenting on Proverbs as folk wisdom and intercultural communication. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon once more, dear participants. I apologize for Safarova Nigoras, our professors, being absent due to some reasons. And I'm going to read her speech here and show you her presentation. So the presentation topic is called Proverbs as Folk Wisdom and Intercultural Communication. Nigora Safarova herself is a Doctor of Science professor at National University, at Navai State Pedagogical Institute, head of the Department of Social Sciences. So she has had her doctoral degree in the field of social sciences. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I came from the sunny and prosperous country of Uzbekistan, the homeland of great sages like Avicenna, Biruni, Al-Bukhari, and Al-Farabi. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. A proverb is one of the genres of folk art, distinguished by its logical wisdom and antiquity. Proverbs are a spiritual and social supporters of a person and an intellectual heritage of folk oral creativity. We can observe this in the following analysis. So here she provided Uzbek proverb, ayrılgan yolda qalar. An English equivalent of this proverb can be welcome evil though comes alone. So this is archaic proverb. So we couldn't find, she couldn't find a modern equivalent. So in order to make it clear for the meaning, she provided archaic one. So this proverb, this Uzbek proverb reflects the unity of the people. Proverbs were created by generations and developed over centuries. Folk mentality is reflected in Proverbs. Here you can see one more example. Dili pokning ishi pok, dili pokning yolu pok. The purer your light, the lighter you will be. Through the studied language, the wisdom and intellection of the people are revealed. Knowing proverbs and sayings enriches one's vocabulary, and there are some of the examples provided. Darachning husna bargi bilan mevasi. A tree is known by its fruit. Odam ochlikdan olmas, ordan olar. A man shall not live by bread alone. This also introduces people's wisdom and develops memory. In short, it contains the whole idea. So one more example is here, haqiqat altından qimmat. The truth is the daughter of God. So this is an equivalent in the English language. To mind, once pleases and thank yours. Oylab gapir, doppining tagida odam bor. The proverb refers not only to atypical situations, but also to a positive or negative attitude toward them. Yer bo'lib yashagandan sher bo'lib o'lgan yaxshi. Better a glorious death than a shameful life. Proverbs in different languages often correspond to universal values. In all sayings, knowledge is equated with light. So not only in Uzbek culture, in Uzbek language, but also in all languages, so universal values, in terms of universal values, knowledge is also crucial. For instance, the world is bright for the knowledgeable and dark for the ignorant. Know enough to come in out of the rain. So these are examples from the English language. The following features can be distinguished from the proverb didactic, its instructive meaning and aphorism. A person's experience formed during his life is generalized. So in our language, noumid shaitan, and its English equivalent is, while there is life, there is hope. Dangisaning ishi bitmas, yoz kelsa ham qishi bitmas. Idle folk has the most labor. Using this kind of proverbs, we unite different people from different countries, from different continents. We see similar life situations, objective reality phenomena, and their own characteristics. Friendship is not to be bought at fair. Revenge never repairs an injury. Each culture has developed a system of certain behavioral norms that ensure psychological balance in the community. For example, there is a saying, "It's never too late to mend. The darkest hour is that before dawn. The cow knows not what her tail is worth until she has lost it." So all these proverbs appear in the Uzbek language with its own equivalent. So it shows that there are some general features in both languages. The usage of proverbs is also different. They are aimed at different layers of society. It aims to make a person socially active, ordered, disciplined, and creative. For example, such proverbs are common among the Uzbek people. Shoshting jarga qulading, shoshmading niyatinga yetting. And English equivalent is hasty climbers have sudden falls. The culture, history, and wisdom of any nation can be learned through proverbs. Proverbs are symbols of spiritual purity embedded in the nation's DNA. Folk wisdom can be learned through proverbs. For example, when I analyzed a Portuguese proverb, I saw some similarities with Uzbek proverbs. For example, a little help is better than a big tip. God helps the early riser. These proverbs contain the spirit of optimism, social support, love, and self-confidence that man needs. I also selected the following proverbs that reflect the spirit of the Portuguese people. Only a person who doesn't get tired of work will achieve his goal. In Braga they pray, in Porto they work, in Coimbra they study, in Lisbon they govern, and in the Algarve they dance. They say good night even to a horse. One bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. These proverbs reflect the geographical location, nature, and spirit of the hardworking people of the Portugal. So, in conclusion, proverbs are a special barometer for regulating the speech culture of a modern person. According to scientists, the correct use of proverbs in speech is cognitive self-expression. The ability to speak and convey one's thoughts and feelings through word is closely related to self-awareness and is considered the main sign of wisdom. Besides, the correct use of proverbs depends on the character of people and has a positive effect on them. Thank you very much for a short...
Thank you very much. Is there any question or comment?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again. And so now we have the third speaker. No? Okay, and so we have to wait.
Trinidad Tobago.
Mhm.
And she sent an email that 3 p.m.
Okay, so we have to wait.
11 o'clock there.
Okay, and
You can
yes, we can anticipate the coffee break. Yeah. No.
Yes, I don't know, but I think that you can dance.
Why not?
Speak about some speech that you.
So she will connect in 15 minutes. Mhm.
Because it's 3 p.m. the hour,
Mhm.
and she has in Trinidad Tobago 11 a.m. I don't know because it's not my. No, but it's
Yeah, it's up to you. Whatever. There is.
You can dance, Lisa. You can.
Yeah. I have a comment for your presentation, and it's not a question, just a comment, because I've noticed that in your language, proverbs are so musical. Is there a choice, a particular choice of words to obtain this effect, or it is just a case? Mm-hmm.
Our people were good at rhyming
Mhm.
so it just passed from our ancestors. So they are naturally.
So it is oral tradition. It reminded. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so our next speaker is online, as you can see. Welcome, Deborah Miggins from Trinidad and Tobago. We are very happy to have you here, also virtually. But we are very happy because it is the first time we have this country in our institution here, in our association. And so I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, and she's going to talk about the socio-economic and cultural symbolism of Tobago proverbs. So you can start, Deborah.
Hello, good morning. Is
Hello.
everybody hearing me?
Yes.
All right. The name is Deborah Moore Miggins. It's a pleasure to represent Tobago at this conference. I know you've had another Tobago contribution and there'll be another one after me. So let me get into it. I want to share my screen and take it from there. All right, is that okay?
We can, no, not yet. Now, maybe.
Are you seeing my screen? Are you seeing my screen? No?
Zoom? Are you on Zoom, Deborah? We
Yes,
see,
I am on Zoom.
we see the Zoom page.
Right. That's a good thing we're on a little early that we can get these. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, now it is okay. And you
Okay,
should just
folks,
start. Deborah, could you please put the full screen modality?
Yeah, let me try to get full screen. Top right-hand corner.
Yes, it should be down on the right, if I don't mistake.
Yes, now top right-hand corner isn't giving me full screen.
Is it
Top in the orange bits. Share.
Okay, but it is okay.
No, not
Okay,
share.
don't worry. It's okay, all the same.
Let me see one more. Oh,
Little squares. The two little squares at the top right.
Slideshow? Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. It's
You're
perfect.
getting it?
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm not getting it here. No. Just bear with me.
It's perfect. You can start.
Okay.
We
well,
see
I'm not
perfectly
getting
now.
my PowerPoints to start. So you still have to.
Okay, you can also leave the PowerPoint in this way if you prefer.
All right, let's see.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
So that lovely green moss of land that you've seen there is the island of Tobago. As you see, it's rich and green and verdant and productive and bountiful. Do you agree with me, everybody? Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes.
Are you seeing the green island of Tobago there?
Now we are seeing the second slide, so it is blue.
All right, so the second slide is quoting Dr. Pauline Felicia Baird. Is that the one?
Yes.
All right. In her book, Encounters and Afro-Caribbean Proverbs Journal, she said that proverbs were like condiments. They flavor the lives of Caribbean people. And I'm sure we all agree with that, but I've gone on to say in our little idyllic Caribbean island of Tobago, Proverbs are really more than that. They have a deeper meaning. Their purpose is much more profound. And we don't think it's only flavoring, we think it's really the essence of Tobago. And now we are saying if Tavira is the world capital of the proverb, Tobago is the Proverbs capital of the world. Because we use Proverbs in everyday language, we use Proverbs so frequently that we can make that claim. And we are saying that there's a big symbolism between the proverbs that have emerged out of Tobago or the wider Caribbean and our history of colonialism, exploitation from colonial days to present. Are you with me still? I'm not sure.
Yes, we are with you. Yes.
Right. So Dr. Rita Pemberton, who is the retired head of history in the Department of History at the University of the West Indies, she has made a point with which I totally agree that and in her article, Identity Resistance in Tobago Folk Songs, and that is in the Newsday of 15th September this year, she made the point that in relation to folk songs and dances, just like Proverbs, I would posit, the central issue was always confrontation between the whites and the blacks and the desire of the latter to escape from the oppressive plantation scene. So this island here that we have 60,000 people, all descendants more or less from African slaves working on the sugar plantation, even after liberation, they remained there working for pittance, raising animals, producing sugar, copra, and other agricultural crops. The island we think, or the history has said, was coveted, a coveted island, though small. We think it is coveted like that even to today. But in those days, the French, the Dutch, the English, main powers were fighting for ownership of this island. It was eventually ceded after being tossed around and passed around to different hands for 32 times. It was finally ceded to the British in 1763 and confirmed in 1815. So we have our pretty white sand beaches, and this is a promotion to our listeners and members of our audience. Bird watching, surfing, lush foliage, the environment. It's home to the oldest protected rainforest in the world. It was the earliest and the most hospitable people. We quote Susan Craig James in her 2-volume work in which it's called The Changing Society of Tobago, 1838 to 1938, in which she says, glowingly breathtaking views, refreshing mountain air, relaxing beaches. These are some of the charms that nature in all her bounty has bestowed on Tobago. And it is in this island that we think we have produced and we use prolifically the most proverbs, I think, in the world. And this would have been directly attributable to that rich cultural heritage, that changing of hands through several colonial powers, as a result of which the product would have been our folk dances or folk tales and also our proverbs. Proverbs were also, we think, handed down from the African ancestors of our former slaves, perhaps derived straight out of Africa. When they came, they lived and they observed life, and the proverbs emanated based on their observation of life, interpreting the slave master, interpreting the lessons that they learned from those masters and from their co-workers. So most of the imagery portrayed in Tobago's proverbs developed around the plantation experience. They refer to behaviors of animals, dog, goat, sheep, pig, fish, whichever one, and activities such as planting, reaping, fishing, all of that threw up some of the proverbs which I wish to discuss, which would be those which I believe impacted the social and cultural conditions or reflected the social and cultural conditions of post-emancipation years. So that plantation theme, you would find it coming out in these proverbs, and they would be dealing with things like family unity and cohesion, things like the economic picture, which usually was a desolate picture for us slaves. So you would see, I would show you the kind of proverbs that reflected that, social, cultural, even how they handle humor, pain, exploitation, and lastly, how they handled resistance to the slave master, how they plotted their rebellions and was able to withstand some of the indignities and the cruelties that were meted out to them. So let's look at the socio-economic. Let's start. The first one we like to speak about, and these are old favorites of Tobago people. They just come out naturally in normal conversation. So I'm going to give you the proverb, try to give you what I think is the English version that you can understand. The first one is water. Pig asks his mama, make him mouth so long. The mama say, girl, I'll come, you will come. What does that mean? The young pig asked her mother, why is her mouth, that's the mother's mouth, so long? And the mother said to her, child, you are coming, so you will soon know why. The other.
Yes.
Yes, we go on to this other one. Cockroach have no right in fowl party. This is a very popular one, which I think many of our audience may or may not know. And basically what it's saying, fowls like to eat cockroaches, thus the cockroach should know it has no right going anywhere where fowls are gathered. And of course, you know, that applies to real life, not only to cockroaches. A person ought to know where they ought to frequent that would not be life-threatening to them, all right? Look at this one. Dog with two masters does sleep without supper. A person who is attended to by two different persons and get their feed from these two persons may get neglected because each of those two persons assume that the other one has provided for that person or child or animal, whatever it is. Are you with me?
Yes, we are with you, Deborah.
Good. The other one, rat. This is rat-a-tongue, the sell ye head, meaning a person may talk himself into trouble. His tongue lets sell his head, sell out his head and have him putting himself into more trouble than was originally there for him. This next one is a very well-used one. What's sweet in goat mouth? It's sweet in goat mouth, the sour in his lower regions. Basically what they're saying, a person may get temporary enjoyment from something, but later it hurts him. And that applies to so many situations that we are aware of. This one is a favorite of my mother. Take the mail and let the postman go. Take the lesson that a person is seeking to impart. Don't be fixated on their personal characteristics. Look at what he's trying to say, what he's teaching. And so many young people need to perhaps take take note of that. So what does the economic picture throw up for us? This is a favorite again. Many of these are staple Tobago language and speech every day. And this is every day a fishing day, but not every day a catching day. Every day a fisher could go fish every day. And you cannot expect to catch fish every time. And a person can go out to fish and not succeed. Whatever business they may want to get into, it may not yield high profits every day. This is a reminder for those who are into business or seeking to make a difference to their lives economically. Man made to manage. This was my father's favorite. A man or woman has all the brains and brawn and intellect to manage any problem, to handle any challenging situation. He can build wealth by applying simple money management skills and his own powers of analysis. You know, this next proverb is one that I've been fortunate to have children and grandchildren who enjoyed Proverbs. The reason I wrote my book, The Caribbean Proverbs, that raised us, was because my children, when they were 14 and 15, hearing Proverbs spoken around them, learned to use Proverbs back to me and to other persons. And I was fascinated to hear young people of that age spouting, as we say, Proverbs back to their elder ones. So I'm being told by my daughter now that her son, who is my grandson, would use this one to her, which is, Gwana does measure his tail before he go to the tailor. Gwana has a long tail, as we know, and this proverb is saying that you have to plan out based on that long tail when you're ready to do anything. Careful planning, good sense must be adopted when embarking on any project. So my grandson would say to my daughter, after she may have told him several times, you have to plan your business before Gwana does measure his tail before he goes to the tailor. He would tell her, Mommy, I measure my tail. That's all. He abbreviates it, and that's what he puts out to her. So Proverbs are in good hands as ages as 7 years old, speaking Proverbs. Look at this one, argue to death, but never bet. This death is really death, D-E-A-T-H. And it was my brother telling me that our father told him that at an early age. Argue as much as you want about any issue, but do not engage in betting or gambling. That should not be a part of your plan for financial success. Hard work is the key to succeeding in any business. No quick fix. Painstaking planning and decision-making is the way to go. I like this one here, and I hope many of you would like it with me. It's paper money, and money on paper is two different things. The English version, I would say it's easy to put figures on a paper to represent profits, but in fact, the actual money is a different story. So a person could promote, they do marketing, promoting, all this amount of profits would come. So that's money on paper. They can add it up on the paper. But paper money, the actual money, is a different thing. Isn't that lovely? Are you there?
Yes, we are with you.
Good, thank you.
We are all very interested in what you're saying.
Great, thanks a lot. So the cultural, and we do a little of the culture. One of them, no mind how big mule grows. Mule is an animal. Jackass is the donkey. It's still his daddy, meaning his father. The jackass, the lowly, small, shrivel up jackass or donkey is the big mule's father. And it gets to respect where parents would tell their children, don't make joke with me, you know. No matter how big mule grow, jackass is still your daddy. I'm still your father. So this is used very frequently to discipline children when they tend to get disrespectful. Look at this one here. This is why I admire the Tobago Proverbs, because they can sometimes take an established standard proverb that we all know, early bird gets the worm, but they could tweak it in such a way to be a thought-provoking statement. The early bird gets the worm, but it's the second mouse gets the cheese. And we all understand what that's saying. Yes, your parents tell you early bird gets the worm, but that first mouse who came early first, his neck was caught in the trap. So it's the second mouse that gets the cheese. This is one that I like myself. We're still on cultural. Who country love, they give governor. When people love a person, no matter the fault in a country, they continue to bestow honor and honor on him or her. And it's very a provocative thought, but we know that it's true. Okay. This one is very humorous, I think, but also cultural. A thief hates to see a thief with a bag. That's a thief hates to see another thief with a bag. Thieves don't like to see another thief looking successful. We agree with that?
Yes.
All right, so then we go on. I hear crow sweeter than that and still end up in the pillar. We still on cultural. As many of you may know, this is saying, look, I hear people talk bigger than you, more confident, and still end up in the pilau. Pilau is one of Trinidad and Tobago's favorite dishes, local dishes, a mixture of meat and fish, well, not so much fish, rice, meat, vegetables, cooked together, making a delicious meal. And a person is told that when he speaks confidently about avoiding a situation, like men saying they will never get married, and they fall, you'll see them getting married the next year, and people would say to them, I hear crow sweeter than you, and you still end up in the pilau food. All right? Look at this one, another take of our witty Tobago ancestors, using the old grass is greener on the other side. My friend told me her mother tells her, yes, I know you all think the grass is greener on the other side, but it's over the septic tank. And this has been a staple for her in her church, telling her children as well, when they tend to want to go off to what seems like better prospects. And, these proverbs come up even in calypsos. So here am I mentioning this calypso by Lord Christo, when he's comparing two women, Mary Lou and Mabel. And he's saying in that the grass by your neighbor to you might be looking green, but at the same time, your neighbor saying your grass has a greener type of sheen. So we take the basic proverb, and we can do all kinds of creative things with them. So let's go to family cohesion. And I'm near to the end, so you may not have to hear me too much longer.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Family cohesion speaks to proverbs that try to promote love among family here in Tobago. And the first one we think about is house never too small for family. Because, people coming to stay, our Tobago attitude is come, we'll small up ourselves, because house is never too small for family. Right? So no matter how small one's house is, it can accommodate family. Along the family lines, water a run a drain, blood a flow a vein. So water runs in the drain, but blood is so much more critical. It flows in the vein. If you can't get mommy, you have to suck granny. I don't know how many of our European friends know of this, this proverb. And it simply is telling the child, if you can't get your mother, because we grew up in an era when mothers migrated to the US to make better for the very child or children she has. So granny had to do a lot of taking care of children. And the proverb is, if you can't get mommy, you got to suck granny. So if the child cannot get his mother, then he has to settle for the grandmother. It's told to young children in several situations. Pumpkin doesn't bear okra. Well, that is obvious. When you plant a pumpkin, that is what you get. So it's not as though a person can produce a different type of result. We heard this one from my colleague Leah on a couple of days ago, I think it's Tuesday. What in the old goat must be in the kiddie. That's very popular here. Whatever traits are in the parent will be seen in the young child. And now we go on to pain and exploitation. That was, our fathers had to go through quite a lot of that, as we all would appreciate. And they had to have words to console themselves, to console others, to urge others to be patient, to take time. In fact, take time, no worries, is one of them that we also say. But this one, when I meet you, not pass you. And this they're telling people who think that because they've gotten away from a situation, that is the end of it. They are reminding us that something may not have been your experience yet, but it may still be coming for you. So you'd hear the old folks saying, girl, when I meet you, not pass you. A very short and pithy statement. Pain and exploitation. Dog foot broke, he find him master home. The dog has suffered a broken foot, and that is what makes him run back master or his master's home for comfort and care. It happens all the time. Husbands go away to other women. When they get sick, we see them limping, coming back home. And somebody say, boy, dog foot broke, keep finding master home. Children, something like the prodigal son. Children go away, and when they meet hard times, they limp back into the house. So this is one I like because it's short, it's pithy, and it captures so much of what the experience was in colonial times. Massa bull, massa cow. What they're saying is, we own nothing. Everything belongs to the master. It's his bull, it's his cow. It was a statement of such dejection and hopelessness. Thank God it wasn't the only proverb. There are proverbs of optimism, and we'll also look at that. Massa bull, massa cow. I always meditate on it. 4 words, but it captures so much what the experience was in times gone by. You can take the pig out of the gutter, but unfortunately, you can't take the gutter out of the pig. We can work out what that means. You remove the pig physically from his state, but endemic within him is still the gutter. Thankfully, that doesn't apply to every situation. Look at this one. When fish come out of water and tell you shark they in there, you better believe them. What is this saying? I know many of you would not understand. When somebody who has the experience tells you something, listen and believe. Fish is in the water every day. He comes out and tells you, don't go in the water. Shark is in there. Believe him. All right? Okay, so where are we now? We are now at humor and optimism. Thank God they had a humorous streak, and I guess they were able to overcome a lot of the adversities and to develop patience by using humor. Moon a run till they are catch up. Moon a run till they are catch up. Moon traverses the sky in the night, and the sun comes up in the day and catches it. What is this saying to somebody? Be patient. This may be happening now, but another day will come to relieve you of your pain. So there we get that comfort. Listen to this comforting one again. Where horse reach, jackass go reach and pass. Parents used to tell their children that all the time when they're looking at what another person is doing. Don't worry. If that person reached there, you will reach there as well, and even pass him at times. So it was quite a nice, optimistic statement for children to use and buy into, to keep them from envying, other people. When you take time to skin ants, you're going to see belly. When you take time to skin ants, you're going to see his belly, meaning his inner areas. So again, it's just telling you, be patient, take time, analyze the situation. You will get to a positive outcome. The goal would be accomplished. One dirty does build dam. You're talking about building a structure, a reservoir dam, and all they're saying is have patience. You will get to your destiny. You will accomplish. Take time. It will lead to success. This is humorous. You see the dog swimming in the sea, and it's saying, dog now come in a sea and say he had teach fish to swim. Can the dog come from land into sea and try to teach a fish how to swim? So this proverb applies to several situations when people may, come from somewhere else and try to impose on others their views and try to tell them how to do things. The final area is Proverbs as language of resistance. I told you about the fact that a lot of these proverbs came out of the plantation experience, the experience of exploitation and domination. So one of the earliest proverbs and one of the most loved, I think my friend Dr. Rita Pemberton, this may be one of her favorites. All skin, teeth, no laugh. All skin, teeth. Now, every time a person skin their teeth, you should mistake it for a laugh or a smile or good intentions, because we have the ability to disguise negative and sinister thoughts or intention with a brilliant smile or laugh. We tell our children this, to learn to be cautious with people, even though they appear to have a pleasant and good disposition. But the slaves or ex-slaves were past masters at disguising their plots to overthrow the ruling class by deceptive smiles. They were good at that. Look at this one. Elephant ears big, but he now hear his own story. Elephant has big ears, but he doesn't hear his own business. And this applied to the colonial masters who had all the powers and authority to impose their will on the former slaves. But these slaves were so wily that their masters still did not know about rebellions being planned until it was too late. So they have big ears, but they weren't hearing their own story. You can't let your right hand know what your left hand doing. I think we all could relate to that. We have two hands, but we have to keep some things under wraps, secrets. And that is also what the ex-slaves would have applied in their planning. Sometimes not even their wife knew what they were up to. Plans had to be kept secret if they were to be successful. What you're seeing in front of you is a cow with his tongue. Not lack a tongue make cow not talk. It is not for the lack of a tongue that cow doesn't speak. That's the English version, because the cow has one of the biggest tongues in the animal kingdom. I don't know how many of you know that. So it's not because of lack of tongue why he cannot speak. He has plenty to say, and that's what somebody means when they say, girl, it's not lack of tongue why I'm not speaking. What they say, I have plenty to say, but that ain't the reason I'm not talking. It's because plans are afoot that I can't disclose. And this is what the slaves, the rebellious slaves or ex-slaves were applying. And then look at this. You know a book, but you don't know a chapter. You may have knowledge of great things, but some simple things before your eyes, you do not know. Again, that was, prodding the slave master, that sometimes he knows everything or thinks he knows everything. Something like the elephant ears. Big but don't know. He knows book, but he doesn't know chapter. Stranger no know burial ground. A stranger come to your place and they don't know the lay of the land. So they can confuse him and even, lead him astray. So this applied even to the colonizers who at first, the ignorance of the physical layout or the foods of the island. Sometimes they were poisoned because they didn't have a appreciation, understanding of all bushes or plants or food. So these are very beautiful one. And they don't know when wind come out for blow fowl tail. When you watch a fowl stand up, sometimes you see a fowl or a chicken or a cock. You see his tail kind of leaning in the wind. And our creative ancestors came up with that. You don't know where wind come out for blow fowl tail, meaning you don't know where this thing come from to create this problem. So the English version is when we're ready for them, and then back to the slave master, they would not know which way we are coming from. And the final one is, we got to raise a bellman and war with them today. What does that mean? We will treat the landowners in the same way that we treated Corporal Bellman. And we go on to tell you that Tobago's history is distinguished by, is distinguished by the Bellman riots of 1876. It was a big thing for those days. The resident magistrate said it was a thorough insurrection. Susan Craig, whom I quote again, refers to the British Privy Council, who said that the dominant class was living on a half-extinct volcano, which only slumbered to awake to meditated that it was to the meditated attack. So it was premeditated. The crowds were armed with cutlasses, stick stones. They didn't have guns and other missiles. They disarmed the police, released workers who had been taken to prison. They brutally killed Corporal James Bellman and wrecked the Tobago courthouse, the Roxborough courthouse. They burned down the cane fields and the master's home on the Roxborough estate. And similar uprisings took place in nearby estates. It was planned to be island-wide, but it was put down before it could get to that. So after that, people would say, I will make a Bellman a war with you today. And that communicated just how much the proverb, the word Bellman signified in the Tobago setting, that they were able to use it. I thank you all. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Deborah, thank you very much.
Mhm.
I think we have time for some questions or comment.
Yes. Yes, CMI, any questions? If you want to know how to get to Tobago, ask me. I'll tell you that too.
We have one.
Okay. We should plan the next conference for Tobago as well.
I have a comment. I thank you very much for those ideas you gave for us, because this was one of those presentations that goes really to the roots of Proverbs. So maybe we'll get something further in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comment or question? Yes, another one.
Thank you. I saw you had those explanations there often that the Proverbs could be used to hide the plans of rebel, like.
Yes.
So I thought that indirect speech of Proverbs is very maybe have been very important to those people there.
Yes.
Yeah, later.
Thank you.
And Deborah, I've noticed that in the last Proverbs you show us, there are some analogies with signifying or trickster or double talk in general. And I was wondering if there is some analogy also to playing the dozens.
So, play, I didn't hear that last part. Hello?
Yes, we are here. So do you think there is any analogy
to what?
Playing the dozens, so the verbal game that are played in American ghettos and that dates back to African American oral tradition. So do you think there is a sort of analogy?
Well, I believe that several of the proverbs would have that dating back to the African situation. So yes, you can definitely identify some of them that would, I didn't get the expression you used, but the explanation you gave, I think, yes, they would identify with what the African setting would have been. And it's miraculous that so much of the African was preserved so that even to today, we can be using some of these proverbs that came directly to my mind out of the African environment. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thank you again, Deborah. And
thank you.
We hope to have you here
next
in Feira
time.
next time. Yes.
Especially if it's in Tobago.
Why not? Yeah. Okay, and so there is your certificate here. So, but of course we could be happy to give you in person, but it is here for you. And
sure.
The
Thank
other
you.
two speakers, so we can. It is Jonathan and.
Hello, Deborah. Hello,
Hello.
Deborah.
Hello, Rui.
Is Rui speaking?
Yes.
And I will keep your certificate just to tell you next time to come to Tavira.
All right, keep it there. I'll be there next time. If you promise me, you will come to Tobago the year after.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas ciarinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
eyes were soft as stone. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can't help staring at you. I'm fine as long as you're mine. Queen of the night, I'm falling apart. You're the missing king I wanted to buy. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us apart. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us.
My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, 'cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher, and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up, and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about who I am. My heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest
amostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim, que era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Vai, dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Can you, okay. So, so we are ready to start again. Please come in. Please. We are now ready for the last section of this afternoon. Last call, yes. Okay. And we will start with a presentation online.
Funny kids.
Okay, wait, just 1 moment. 1 minute of patience. Please, yes, we start now. So, the first presentation is by Devon Miggins. Hello. Devon Miggins is an independent researcher from Trinidad and Tobago. Devon is Bachelor of Law, Bachelor of Arts, Economics and Psychology. Her interests lie on Tobago history and culture. She maintains public relations through outreach projects such as estate planning for credit unions and NGOs, as well as school programs like Bishop's High School Annual Career Day. Other experiences having to do with the Tobago indigenous art form are in CV, in curriculum vitae. Now she will talk about Proverbs of Trinidad and Tobago in TikTok.
Thank you so much. Before we start, I have to give two very important disclaimers. One is I am currently in Florida, and we just recently got off hurricane warning, recently as in hours ago. And then two, that means that I have two rambunctious curious and intelligent young men. They're 6 and 5. So if you hear noises outside, like screaming or somebody trying to get in the door, don't think that I'm torturing anyone here. It's simply that they have probably tied up their babysitter and are now trying to, break the gates, right? Storm the Bastille, if you would. So my name is Devon Adana Miggins. Yes, I am related to the last presenter. She is my mother. So the grandchildren she was speaking about in her presentation, those are the two that are currently here with me. So I am going to try and go ahead and share my screen. Now, I can't see you guys or hear you guys unless, I guess, you talk through the microphone, but I love audience participation. So you're going to hear me, asking you questions and, I may be listening for the answer. So if you all could scream it out at me, I am okay with that. I don't know if they'll be okay with the interviewer, but I would love to hear answers from you guys. Okay. So I'm just trying to get my presentation up and running. Right. Okay. So how many of you have a TikTok account? You could shout yay or nay. No. No? Nobody in this room has a TikTok account? What are you waiting for? So here's what. You're going to download TikTok. You're going to download TikTok and just give me one moment, please. You're going to download TikTok and then the first thing you're going to do, you're going to stop on my page and make sure that you add me as a friend, all right? So I'm Devon Adana. I am a multi-hyphenate content creator, Tobago enthusiast, and avid proverb user, okay? I absolutely love proverbs. Really any type of proverbs. And the first one I'm going to start with is that I am a jack of all trades, master of none. But the full proverb is, but still always better than a master of one, right? So I'm just kind of, I love proverbs, love Tobago culture, love Caribbean culture, but love people, right? I'm definitely a people person if you couldn't really figure that out already. So today, this presentation is at the intersection of Tobago, TikTok, and Proverbs, right? So we have Tobago on the one end. If this were a Venn diagram, this is exactly how it would be. This presentation in the middle, Tobago, TikTok, Proverbs, all come together right here, right? Lucky, I know when you woke up this morning, you were saying to yourself, I wish somebody would put Tobago, Proverbs, and TikTok together. And, like the proverbial genie in the bottle, here I am, right? So where is Tobago anyway, right? Where is it? Because a lot of people are like, well, where is Tobago? So this is a map of Trinidad and Tobago, and you see Tobago off on the northeastern coast of Trinidad, right? So the larger island here is Trinidad, and then here's the interesting thing. There is but a stone's throw, literally a stone's throw between Trinidad and Venezuela. So this little area you're seeing right here, that little connection piece there, and that landmass you're seeing at the bottom, all of that is Venezuela. So that is the proximity of Trinidad and Tobago to Venezuela. Now, as you can imagine, this creates, kind of almost like it really makes categorizing Trinidad and Tobago challenging for the international community. I mean, are we Latin America? Are we Caribbean? What are we? Where are we? How do you classify us, right? So economically, people sometimes like to classify us with Latin America because we are an oil-rich country. We do have oil reserves. And so it means that we have one of the, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, definitely top 5 economically within the Caribbean region and the Latin America. So that makes us, people tend to want to lump us in with Latin America, but Spanish is not the pervasive language here. It's not our first language is English, right? So our history and our culture, excuse me, is definitely Caribbean, right? So just some Tobago fast facts, real quick, not gonna spend too long here. This is, I believe you pronounce it Estadio da Luz. And this stadium, if everybody in Tobago decided that they would be going to Portugal to see a football game at Estadio da Luz, they would fit comfortably in this stadium. So we have about 65,000 people. We are about 115 square miles of lush vegetation and absolutely beautiful beaches. Our racial and cultural demographics. Now, Tobago is one of those Caribbean islands, well, not one of those, it actually has the only status of this. It's the only Caribbean island that was fought over by almost every colonial superpower. So we're talking the French, the Dutch, the English, the British, and not the Portuguese, but the Latvians, right? So everybody saw beauty and wealth in Tobago, and they wanted to have a piece of her, right? However, the culture that dominates and really won out in the end was the Africans, because we are predominantly about 85% African, and then 15% white European, East Indian, Latino, and Asian, right? So, and obviously with what's happening in Venezuela, the Latino ratio is really increasing because, we have welcomed Venezuelans to our borders for safety, for, those who are fleeing from Venezuela. So, but one of the most important Tobago fast facts that I want you to bear in mind is that Tobago was not historically linked to Trinidad. That originally when Tobago was envisioned, to Trinidad, it wasn't a package deal, right? It wasn't getting two islands, one country. It was very much, Tobago was on her own. In fact, Tobago was being fought over, and then finally in about 1765, the British settled Tobago after, it was a real constant back and forth. One day you'd wake up, we are in France because we were owned by the French. Another day you woke up, you were owned by the Dutch. Like, it was a real back and forth. But then finally in about 1765, it was settled by the British. Trinidad, on the other hand, had been settled by Spain since 1592, but it was captured in 1592, but nothing ever really happened of any significance on Trinidad until about the 1790s when the British took over. Spain by that point didn't have much money to really give Trinidad the attention to colonize it in a way that I guess they had originally envisioned. Now, what happened with Tobago is that Tobago, started, and it was extremely profitable for the British with forced labor. The British, in fact, there was a proverb or a saying in Britain in the 1790s where people would say, "You as rich as a Tobago planter," because those who took the leap and went to Tobago and started their plantations were so rich from the sale of British West Indian sugar. It was almost obscene. And of course, using enslaved labor. So historically, Tobago was really on its way, had its own legislature, its own government and administration. That was separate and apart from Trinidad, which at that time in 1765, there was not that happening. So when the two were finally linked, and they were linked because the British did not know how to make Tobago profitable without forced labor. So slavery ended, and they were really at a loss on how to make Tobago profitable. She had fertile lands, but without that forced labor having to pay the labor, it really became problematic. And so they just didn't know. And so at the end of the day, it became an economic thorn in their side. So they decided, you know what, just link it with Trinidad, right? Okay, that's fine. But what happens about 10 years after that, so that happens in about 1889, 1890, and 10 years after that, we see Trinidad taking over the administration of the country of Trinidad and Tobago. So where originally it was really Tobago, a country, Trinidad, a country, let's come together. A British governor came to Tobago, didn't like what he saw, and decided, well, we're going to make Tobago a ward of Trinidad and Tobago. So this presents what I like to call the Tobago identity conundrum. Now, the conundrum is not from the fact that Tobagoans don't know who they are. Oh, we are very clear on who we are. The conundrum comes from being linked to another country whose identity is not necessarily the same as ours, right? And if, by and large, the two countries have really come together and tried their best to make it one whole identity. And for the most part, it is, at least to the international community, you'd see it as Trinidad and Tobago. But there are very specific things that happen in Tobago that you would not necessarily find in Trinidad, and vice versa, right? So this is Trinidad. So Trinidad, I mean, you can't tell from this picture. This is the capital city, Port of Spain. You know, that building in the middle almost looks like the Sydney Opera House. It's very much a city like you would encounter, you know, anywhere else in the world, right? Like, it's very open to international investment and influence and stuff like that. That definitely has a culture of its own, right? And this is what Tobago looks like. Definitely scenic, you know, open spaces, you know, lots of beaches, very natural, typical of what you would see from many Caribbean islands, right? So in terms of social media fast facts now you'll see I have up here Trinbago social media fast facts, right? So you will not find information about Tobago's social media use alone. You'll find the Trinidad and Tobago social media use, which of course that is part of the identity conundrum, right? So you wouldn't get to understand really what's happening on the ground in Tobago specifically, because it will likely be lumped into what's happening generally with Trinidad and Tobago. All right, so social media use in Trinidad and Tobago, according to data reportal, is 78%. So 78% of people in Trinidad and Tobago are using social media. That's about 1.1 million out of the 1.4 million that reside in Trinidad and Tobago. So we know that, so if you broke that down to Tobago alone, so let's say 78% of the population, that'll be about 51,000 people, right? And the top 5 use social media are Facebook at 61%, Pinterest at 13%, Twitter at 12%, and Instagram 7%, YouTube 5%, right? So TikTok is not even in the running. TikTok is not even in the running when it comes to Trinidad and Tobago. So the question is, why would I even bother posting Tobago proverbs on TikTok if it's not in the running? Well, there are really 4 reasons. One is that humans absolutely love entertainment, right? 2 is that TikTok is the second most downloaded app in the App Store, right? So when you go on your phone and you're like, oh, I want to go on an app, you'll see that TikTok is really number 2. So over the pandemic, people really downloaded the app and, you know, it exploded, all right? Number 3 is that TikTok's short and sweet content format style is perfect for proverbs. And then number 4 was that I had a gut feeling that it would work. And why did I have this gut feeling? Because I had seen some success with Tobago proverbs on Facebook, right? So the previous presenter had created her book, The Caribbean Proverbs That Raised Us. So I started this Facebook page for her book and was able to grow it. And when I say able to grow it, I mean mindlessly grow it. I wasn't tending it like I should have been, and was able to grow it to 700 followers, right? Which for Tobago Proverbs is really a lot, because it's not something that is that well known. So it was definitely supported by the local Tobago community, but it was also supported by the international community, right? So I had a feeling that this would work. Then when you look at TikTok, you see a lot of Tobagoans having success on the app. So you have people who have 24,000 followers on there, 17,000 followers, 11,000 followers, people just about to hit 10,000. I myself was able to grow mine to about 6,000 followers, right? So you know that Tobagoans and Tobago can have success on there, right?
Wanted to leave you with this one. So crapo no vex with a man we kick him. If vex with a man we say, look at crapo.
So this was me. I created the hashtag Tobago Proverbs, and I posted this first piece of content about Proverbs on October 14, 2021. And when I posted that, at the time, I didn't have that many followers, but this was able to earn a very respectable 1,500 views, which was not bad. That hashtag Tobago Proverbs has since grown to 21,000 views on it. Now, I know you may be thinking this means nothing to me, right? So hashtags are the way that TikTok and most other social media platforms file their content. It's like a filing cabinet. So a hashtag that says hashtag Tobago Proverbs, if you type that in, you are likely to only see content about Tobago Proverbs. Now, where TikTok differs from other social media platforms is that they tend to keep track of the number of views a hashtag gets as opposed to the number of posts under a hashtag. Now, that is significant because it means that they're telling us this is how many eyes have been on this piece of hashtag content. So 21,000, that's a good amount. That's about 1/3 of the Estadio de Luz Stadium, right? So that's not bad at all. So this was my first piece of content and my first piece of proverb content. Prior to that, I'd been talking a lot about Tobago history and doing that kind of content. But then I, transitioned a little bit or, took a little spin into the Proverbs, right? So that was my first one. And, it's simply a proverb talking about, crapo no vex with the man where kick him. Crapo vex with the man we say, look at crapo, right? So it's about misplaced anger. Often we vex at the person who, we feel did the wrong. But what about the person who set up the wrong, right? To even happen to you. We give the anger almost to the wrong person, yeah? All right.
Hi, people from Tobago. Now we have some fun on this app. So if you're from Tobago, I want you to stitch this and tell me what village you're from, your favorite Tobago proverb, and if you know to speak Tobago dialect.
Right. So this was the call for Proverbs that happened on July 5th, 2022. This piece of content got about 5,000 views. And in the ensuing days, I was floored by the responses. I did not know so many people would really, enjoy Tobago Proverbs. I got many people doing what they call stitching my content. So once you've created the content, somebody can stitch your content and basically give their take on what you've said. I've only assembled about 3 of them here for you today. There were about 89 comments. Of course, people who are saying, I don't know how to do this stitching. I don't want to create any content. I just want to type it and tell you what my favorite proverb is, right? So we have...
Hi guys, we are from Hope Village. 2 proverbs. Take time no busy. When I meet you, na pass you. When bush go water, in our same time. I think you are out with that dialogue. All are we and one family.
So these lovely twins are the Douglas twins, and they responded. Their proverbs were take time no busy, right? Which is basically a take on more haste, less speed. If you're familiar with that English proverb. They also talked about no same time leaf drop of water you're rotten, which means you don't get to see the sinister intent right up front. Sometimes it takes time to reveal the bad or the rottenness underneath, right? And then of course they talked in the end. They were talking about a lyric, "All are we is one family," which is something that Tobagoans say a lot. That is kind of it stems from a calypsonian. Calypso is in national music of Trinidad and Tobago, a Tobago calypsonian, Lord Nelson, who I believe is the oldest performing calypsonian right now. He's still alive, still performs, and he did one of his, calypsos that is well known around the world is All Are We Is One Family. So it's almost like an anthem here, in Tobago, for people to say All Are We Is One Family, right? Because it's playing on the idea that Tobagonians all are related and know each other, right? Which in some instances is true, but some instances not so true. But I digress.
From Georgia. Now, even they ask for one Tobago Proverbs, I could get two. Because monkey know what tree fi climb and chip this full bucket. Of course, I know to speak the Tobago dialect. I just gave you a callaloo of my Creole and my standard English as well. I hope you enjoy it.
Right. So this guy is from Georgia. Now, the first settlement in Tobago was Monks in George. So they affectionately call it Georgia. And so he is talking about two proverbs: monkey know which tree for climb, which really is something that parents tell their children all the time when they come in. They know which parent to go to with the foolishness that they want to engage in, right? And then the other one was drop does fill barrel, which is, have patience. The journey of 1,000 miles must first begin with one step. And then the last one.
I'm from the village of Betsy's of $4. Yes, I can't say one village without saying the other. And the song I always used to hear while growing up is Belly na hide pussy fast.
No, this one. So this young lady is also from rural Tobago. So all the people who are willing to make content, most of them were from rural Tobago. I don't know if that says much about whether people who are not from rural Tobago are up on their proverbs. I would say no, because they definitely made up for it in the comments. They typed it as opposed to creating the actual content. But the proverb that she's talking about here is belly na hide. And it's female genitalia, but the local word we would use is pussy, right? So belly na hide, pussy fault, right? And so this one is really a warning to young people, teens and young adults, anybody who wants to engage in, I guess, and for lack of a better term, I guess, non-marital sex. This is a warning to them that, hey, if you engage in that, know that the woman's belly is not gonna hide whatever you've been doing to get to the point of pregnancy, right? So belly na hide, pussy fault, right? So some of the noteworthy items that came out of this exercise is that the best performing this piece of content that many of these content creators created at that time turned out to be their best performing content on the TikTok creators' pages, right? And then two, those who were not brave enough to create, video content, they left comments. So as I said, there were 89 comments underneath here with all sorts of different Tobago proverbs. And then thirdly, popular Tobago proverbs are still popular among the younger demographic. So I saw a lot of what sweet in goat mouth, the sawaini bam bam, right? Or come ya come, or gyala come ya come, which the previous speaker had explained those two proverbs nicely, so I wouldn't even try. But the popular proverbs are still there, but some of the more lesser known ones, they were not really brought up to the fore. So while I think social media is a good way for us to keep and maintain Tobago proverbs, we may be at risk of losing, some lesser known ones that people may not be familiar with. So, are there any questions?
We have a question now. It's coming.
It's not a question, it's a comment. Can you hear? Can you hear?
Oh, sorry, I had to stop sharing. Right, I got it. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. What a great idea to use TikTok. Congratulations. I know the app, my young people in my family use it. I'm afraid of using it, although I love Instagram, because it's controlled by the Chinese. This is my prejudice, okay? But I think it's great if you want to outreach young people, TikTok. Congratulations.
Yes.
That is it's amazing what you can do with that app. I have seen other, projects, and I would never think about Proverbs and TikTok. I congratulate you. It's amazing.
Thank you so much, and don't be fearful. Hear me out. I understand the fear because, and I don't know if many of the audience members know, TikTok was really doing in China, and then they decided to open it up to the rest of the world. So now it's in about 154 countries. Now, hear me out. If the Chinese don't get us, somebody else gonna get us. I'm just saying, so don't let that fear stop you from posting. And it's Proverbs. Everybody loves Proverbs. I always like to stick with entertainment, right? We're not clubbing baby seals here. Proverbs are just innocent forms of sharing, edutaining, educational, informational, inspirational type content. So I don't think you should be fearful, but definitely use it if you want to reach out to a younger demographic.
So, congratulations. I must really congratulate you for your capacity of communication. You are like in a theater, and it is a pleasure to hear you. Thank you very much. We are very happy with your collaboration.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Just a comment about the using media. It is now about 10 years ago we first time heard that somebody used Twitter in order to collect proverbs. They were Dari language proverbs, mostly from Afghanistan and like that. But so maybe we, not so young also, should look at some new medias, not only Fijians with the letters. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Any questions? I have a question for you. Congratulations, first of all. And then I would like to know which is the first most downloaded app?
So this is controversial. It's actually not even a social media app. At least the last time I checked, which was yesterday, it was CapCut, right? Now, of course, this is a moving target. It may be that this month, next month, it's something else. But the most downloaded is an app called CapCut. And what CapCut does is, or at least what it was created to do, was to help TikTokers edit and format their content so that it could fit on TikTok. So it's also a TikTok-related app, right? So it's really for video editing. And at least up until yesterday, that was the most downloaded. Again, moving target. This is not set in stone. Every day it changes. But that is the one that was number one, CapCut. But TikTok is the most downloaded social media app right now.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. I wish I was there with you all.
Right. So we can go on with the second presentation by Simeon Cristia. Who is from Romania and is a member of CLEPUL of the University of Lisbon. The areas of his cultural activity are many: folklore, linguistics, literature, arts, paremiology, religion, history, psychology of education, and philosophy. He took part to many international colloquiums in Portugal and abroad, and he published different issues in reviews, collective books, and books. In particular, I'm intrigued by Sealing on the Sea, that is Sealing Us. And today, he will talk to us of the classical dimension of Proverbs.
Thank you. Thank you, Rui. Thank you, Marinella. Thank you, Francisca. Thank you, Rui Duarte. Thank you, Professor Mieder, Papa Mieder. Perhaps it will be good to say Ava Mieder. Thank you, Professor Beatriz. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Maria do Carmo. Thank you, everybody. Francisca. Sabine, thank you, Christian, and the others. It's a happy day today to talk to you about some reflections on Proverbs. The classical dimension of Proverbs, arche ex oligu, in Greek. The beginning from little is born. O começo de pouco nasce. Începutul din puțin se naște. We are going to deal with classicism where no one thinks it exists, in Proverbs. The classicism we are talking about is a classicism avant la lettre, before the Persian, Egyptian, Jewish, Greek, Roman, French, as well any national classicism in all of the world. And from this perspective, we have the impression that any classical work or classical ideological occurs from Proverbs. The ideological current occurs from Proverbs. The concept of classic, understood as, I choose some explanation from the Webster's New International Dictionary of the English Language, unbridged, Springfield, Massachusetts, United States, 1981, page 416. The highest quality of rank, having recognized and permanent value, of enduring interest and appeal, used specially in literature, art, and music. B, forming part of the permanent cultural achievement of mankind. And so on, to the meaning of standard of recognized specially because the great frequency or consistency of occurrence. Basic and often traditional to an art or skill. In the content of the meaning of classic, we identify several necessary features: Greek and Latin culture, high quality, tragedy, tradition, perfection, and focus of expression. All these lead us to Proverbs. Proverbs are classical in the broad sense of the word classic, and not restricted to Greek or Latin cultures or the period of French classicism. The classical dimension of Proverbs is not an historical one, but an anthropological one, using in one bundle all that is available to the human being of all times, places, and civilization. The orality is the first and the most evident manifestation of human being as a speaker one. As a general framework, it cannot be reduced only at folklore when we perceive it in an inner speech, source of power, of faith, reason, and imagination materialized in religion, societies, and works of art. The orality is the stream of our life that shapes us and the world we live in. The actual form of orality we induced in digital world of communication. Have you seen it? By generations of cell phone, of Android, internet, and computer. the Latin verba volant, the words fly, in contemporary civilization becomes verba manent, the words remain, exactly like the second part of the Latin proverb, verba volant, scripta manent. Words fly, writings remain. Because the words receive the visual sign existence, digital one, the words are writing and remain in a virtual memory as a machine waiting to be read by someone. The use of proverb in an academic, political, scientific discourse, as we have already seen in many communication here in Tavira, when the speaker uses proverbs in a foreign language, Latin, Greek, the speech is more exquisite, and to facilitate these, some dictionary as T. Larousse, Dictionnaire encyclopédique pour tous, in all its editions, Novo Dicionário da Língua Portuguesa, também also in all editions, Dicionário Prático Ilustrado, Dicționarul Limbii Explicativ al Limbii Române. In its editions have a special section dedicated to sentences, expressions and proverbs from Latin, Greek, and other modern languages. When we use the Latin expression, medice curate ipsum, physician, heal thyself, we invite the other to do as he said, or even more, to put in practice his rich and generous advices. Who is the physician? The students of Hippocrates, Jesus and his apostles. In fact, in our days, when everyone has a large horizon of knowledge as a part of the general knowledge acquired at school, and to consult a physician becomes a routine, and the process is almost authentic because the computer analyzes and gives the result. You are looking for a physician and you meet a computer where the human presence is intermediary. In these terms, the patient corresponds to the ancient physician from this proverb, connected with the other Latin proverbs. Mens sana in corpore sano. Healthy mind in healthy body, extracted from the Juvenal satire, and also with the noscete ipsum, the Latin version of the Greek inscription from the Delphos temple, gnoti se auton. Now you thyself, cunoaște-te a ti propriu, cunoaște-te pe tine însuți. In the same register of health, wisdom, the wine is the same and is at the same time drink, food, and medicine. Bonum vinum letificat cor hominis. Good wine gladdens the heart of man. O vinho bom alegra o coração do homem. Vinul bun bucură inima omului. As well, in vino veritas. In wine, here is the truth. A verdade está no vinho. Adevărul se află în vin. The wine brings out what man really is. He has nothing to hide, discovers the truth, and the lie crumbles. Other characteristic of classical dimension of Proverbs is the own fixed form. So, the Latin, Greek, Hebrew, German, English, French Proverbs are said in those languages without any imposition or coercion. Even the new generation that don't study Greek and less Latin, the Greek and Latin use Greek and Latin proverbs. The use of proverbs as fixed expressions facilitates the acquisition of a new language. This practical method can also be interpreted as a as a cultural pressure of the classical dimension of Proverbs used fruitfully in the process of formation of verbal automatism to fix better the new idiom as its intimate idiomatic level. Who doesn't use expression as? Non multa sed multum. Many but not much. Não muitas coisas, mas algo de importante. Nu multe lucruri, ci de valoare. Modus vivendi, way of life, modul de viver, felul de a trăi. Modus essendi, way of being, modul de ser, felul de a fi. Or use consecrated expressions attributed to different personalities, expressions with tradition, history, and origin as Veni, vidi, vici by Julius Caesar. I came, I saw, I conquered. Am venit, am văzut, am învins. Cheguei, vi, venci. Quoted in a connection with any successful result quickly obtained. Or, here for Christian, Licht mehr Licht. The last words of Goethe. Luz, mais luz. Lumină, mai multă lumină. A light of knowledge which needs more education, school study. Time is money. By Benjamin Franklin. Time is the most precious asset that every human being can have, even for those who think they are nothing, as interpreted Antonio Mendes Silva Filho. The Brazilians are very touched by Latin proverbs. Or, Die Melodie ist das Wesen der Musik, by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. The melody is the essence of music. Melodia este esența muzicii. A melodia e esenția de muzică. Cogito ergo sum, by René Descartes. Je pense donc je suis. In his discourse on the method, I think, therefore I am. Penso, logo, existo. Gândesc, deci exist. The Proverbs have a classic dimension as an important, functional, and universal truth of human manifestation, expressed in few words, essential words, in a specific situation, updating a tradition truth, a language, making an organic connection between beliefs, traditions, life experience, and spoken language. The Proverbs, in their linguistic form, cement a life situation at mental level as an axiomatic truth. Not because it's said, or the elders said, this is how it should be and not otherwise. This is the dramatic condition of human being, to accept his destiny as it is. The Proverbs, with their classic dimension, are living connections between culture and civilization, used in many advertising, publicity, and political campaign. Bis vincit, quise vincit. Twice conquers who conquers himself. Duas vezes vence quem se vence. De două ori învinge cel care se învinge. Natura naturans, by Spinoza. Those attributes of substance which express eternal and infinite essence. One for all for one, by Dumas. Best known as the motto of the title characters, motto of the title characters in the book, The Three Musketeers, and so on. The presence of a proverb in a short text for public broadcasting guarantees the persuasive success of the text because it fixes in the own life of the one who hears it. It is the most common form to sowing culture in the civilization plane or framework. Another classic aspect of Proverbs comes from those who gives value to Proverbs. And here I'm talking about us. collect them, write down, transcribe, and interpret. I say this because a linguist as Roman Jakobson interprets Proverbs in its linguistic key. An anthropologist as Ovidiu Bârlea in his key of anthropology. A priest as an Orthodox priest, Alexandru Stănciulescu Bârda. Perhaps you have seen there on the table his dictionary of Romanian religious proverbs. In a religious key, a philosopher as Mircea Eliade, in his key of his own philosophy, a scientist in the key of his science, and so on. As a classic reference to the moment of collecting folklore and proverbs, I recall here a segment from the folklore research camp witnessing the way in which the Romanian folklorist Mihai Pop, then retired, sat down on the bench next to an old woman, took out a notebook from his pocket, a pencil, and started to draw what he saw on the village street. The old woman looked at the drawing, appreciated, and they started to talk. He asked her if she had eaten, what she likes to eat the most, and what she would like to eat and hadn't eaten yet. When she grows in what she grows in garden, where she grinds the corn, if they have a meal in the village or have to go in another village, how is her health, if she has ever been to the hospital, if she used to go in pilgrimage to the monastery. He was staring and she was talking. When she said a proverb, the professor wrote it down. He was interested about people in the village, if they remained, if they had left to the city. What does she know about those who came? If she still reads from time to time and what she reads. When he finished the dialogue in 20 minutes, he realized a monographic sketch of the village and a list of proverbs. When he asked who said one proverb or another, she answered, that was my grandfather, her neighbor, or she herself. At the end, I can say, finish in two ways. An optimistic one, that of the Greek eureka, Archimedes' exclamation made proverbial when he discovered in the bath that an object immersed in a fluid experience buoyant from force that is equal in magnitude to the force of gravity on the displaced fluid. And the second one, of Semitic origin among Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Amen. With the meaning of so be it, așa să fie, assim seja. A liturgical word that appears 13 times in the Old Testament and 119 times in the New Testament. In Romania, rural areas is also translated as that's how it was, that's how it is, and that's how it will remain. Așa a fost, așa este și așa va rămâne. Assim foi, assim é e assim permanecerá. Obrigado pela atenção. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Just for a moment? Yes, sure. Okay, please. Yes?
The presentation. This follows. Bruno.
Yes, sure. No problem. Yes, I know it. Yes. But now is question time. So, if you I have a question for you. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for the presentation. It was very interesting for me. For about 20 years, I dedicated my life to this theme. So, how is it possible? Many questions. You quoted Noscete ipsum in vino veritas, veni vidi vici. Modern linguistics doesn't define these sentences like as Proverbs strictly in. One prefers talk about saints or locutions. I think that they are proverbs or paremias, in using a Greek term, because in the past the concept of proverbs was larger than the one of today. So I would like to ask you if you know also Italian proverbs, Italian databases about proverbs, because I made my PhD thesis about paremiologist from Tuscany, Lorenzo Lippi from Colle Valdesa, who collected for the magnificent Lawrence de Medici 100 proverbs in Latin and Greek. And now I am going to publish an edition of Proverbs by Francesco Serdonati, who are 26,000 proverbs. So I would like to, these are Italian proverbs, but I'm curious to view how many Latin proverbs are in this monumental collection. So, and about the connections with the civilizations, it is true, but a lot of proverbs are, how can I say, talk about the strangest vices and tend to separate people, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yes.
So.
It's difficult to identify the pure proverb, and don't be a cliché, don't be very with a great frequency, and so on. But anyway, these are examples chosen by me. Could be other examples, but my intention is to say that what is important, always we have an axiological attitude, and this axiological attitude reflects one classic, the classic dimension of wisdom of Proverbs. In fact, the proverb is one concentrated expression of rich thought. But I choose this Latin and Greek because are more shortly than others, where we have a narrative aspect many times. But you have right, are or now Proverbs. And this exam, if we are very rigorous, and in 25,000 Proverbs, we identify, in fact, 100.
Yes, in Italy we have a big problem with the definition. What is a proverb? In Spain, I know that there is the term parimia by Julia Sevilla Muñoz. And there are many problems about the definition, yes.
And will be all the time, because something is complex. And when we have to define something complex, never we can catch all aspects. Is always something remains out.
Just in conclusion,
but it's a very good observation, because normally they are. In fact, I said the origin of this. Who said Caesar, Franklin, and they emitted. We know the author, but when enter in the use the public, it's a public bem comum do público.
The problem of the authorship.
The author died, doesn't exist. And when that professor asked that's the old lady, she said, "That's mine. I created." And many times when we work on the field, and folkloristic field, and they said, "But who did it?" I am. And he has right, or she has right, because is the last one who did say it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, so and now let's go on with the last presentation of the section. So please, Bruno Felipe Costa. No problem. So Bruno Felipe Costa, for several years linked to the MNE and with some public positions. More than 10 years in investment banking and asset management roles, and since 2010 as an entrepreneur and responsible for the management of affiliated companies. Today we'll talk to us about parimology in management.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bruno, as you said. This is what I do. What I am is a father. So thank you for receiving me. And I will invite you to make a journey with me today. So this is not my field of expertise, as you might imagine. I'm from numbers. But my proposal to you is to make a journey with 6 proverbs and the impact of that in managing companies. So the first one, I would need some... Oh, do I have it? Oh, nice. So it should be like this. Yeah, this is whoever passed this. So the first one is quem não arrisca não petisca. So the translation for English would be no gain without pain. In the opposite of a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. And the first story, and this is one first thing I would share with you, all the stories I will tell you are real stories of my life. So no academical examples. So it's easy. I don't have to memorize anything. I just live it. So it's easier. So the first one is work for a rooftop cigar. So as it was told some years ago, a long time ago actually, I work in banking industry. And I was working in a bank, and a big German bank, I cannot say the name, but it's a bank and it's Deutsch, so... But I cannot say it, I'm sorry. And they invited me to work there, so we negotiated the contract and we had a couple of meetings. And on the third meeting, I actually met what would be my future boss. And he was asking me what I wanted as a contract. And I told him, I made a question to him, and I said, what is the record on my position in the bank? And he told me that the record was a number. And I said, if you hire me, I'm going to beat that number in my first year. And he laughed. He laughed, and he said, that's impossible. I said, okay, trust me, I will beat the number. And he said, what do you want? Do you want more money in your contract? I said, no. And I knew that in the last floor of the bank, it was the office of the president, CEO. And he had an amazing rooftop on his office. And I said, if I made it, I want to smoke a cigar on the CEO rooftop. And again, he laughed. 1 year later, I called him. And he already picked up the phone laughing. And he said, you want to smoke the cigar, right? I said, yeah. So I did it. Did I know that I would do it? No, I didn't. I took a risk. And that's the first DNA of an entrepreneur. We take risks. I usually say that an entrepreneur is a person that goes out of a plane without a parachute because he knows he's going to build one. So sometimes we don't. So the second story to relate with this proverb is our 4 a.m. bed can change the game. And this you're going to have to bear with me, okay, because there is some stereotypes in the story, but there is stereotypes in life. So after leaving the bank, I decided to leave the bank 2 days after of my daughter born. So as I told you a couple of minutes ago, I'm a father. That's mainly who I am. So when Filippa was born, I left the bank. I decided to quit and to have more time for her. But of course, we cannot stay without doing anything. Someone has to pay the bill. So I tried to figure out what I'm going to do. So I had a former client call me and say, I need to make a plan to how to export. He was a ham producer in Spain. So he hired me to make his export plan. And I did okay, so I looked at the numbers, make the Excel spreadsheet, well, maybe you don't know, but it's not very fun, it's Excel. And I realized two things. First, the business was good. Second was hams, and I love a good ham. And I called him and I said, listen, I want to present the business to you, but I want to do it personally because I want to make a proposal. And I said, okay, what do you want to talk about? I said, I want the brand to Portugal. And he said, that's impossible. You don't understand anything about hams. And I said, well, I know it's made from pig, and they're good, so that's a good start. So I asked him, and we went out for dinner. And this is how no gain without pain. Quem não arrisca não petisca. So I invited him to a dinner, and I knew two things. He was Spanish, so we went to a restaurant in Madrid. And I don't know if there is any Spanish in the room. Bienvenidos. I'm sorry for this following stereotype. So I know two things about Spanish people. They love to party and they drink. And I know one thing about me, I don't drink alcohol. I never did. So I went to the restaurant and we took a cocktail before. He drank some gin, I drank water. After a couple of gins, we went to the table to dinner and started talking about business. He went to wine, I went to water. And a couple of hours later, I asked him, let's go for a drink. So we went to whiskey, I went to water, yes. So at 4 a.m. in the morning, he was drunk and I wasn't. So I talked to him again about the business. I want the brand to Portugal. And he was completely drunk. I know it's not fair. But anyway, no gain without pain, right? And I told him 3 times, I want a business, I want a business. And I don't know if any of you ever was with a drunk person at 4 a.m. in the morning. It could be really annoying. Now imagine an entrepreneur that is not drunk. It's even worse. So he said to me, okay, let's make a bet. If you sell 1 ham in 30 days, I will give you the brand. If not, you'll never talk to me again about this. We made a bet, and I still have the company today. So this goes to the first value of the presentation of an entrepreneur. I had to come here because I'm almost 50, so I cannot read. So. Fall 7 times, stand up 8. And this is the first message with a proverb about how we do risking in the business area. The second one, well, it's a Spanish one. I didn't know they were coming. Do you know this one? A falta de pan, buenas son las tortas. Well, of course you do. So in Portuguese is quem não tem cão caça com gato. This is a very funny translation. If you don't have a dog, go hunting with a cat. I cannot imagine how you do it. But anyway, I can't. And this comes to the third story of the day, the grumpy financial director. And again, I know it's strange, but this is a really true story of my life, okay? So continue the journey. So the German bank, that I cannot say the name, was in the past. And now I have a company that sells hams in Portugal. And we start selling ham. When I say we, it was me, myself, and I. That is the normal procedure of an entrepreneur, right? So we start alone, and the first couple of days, weeks, months, sometimes years are still alone. So I was selling, I was making the orders, I was making the logistic, everything was done by me. 1 month after, we were without cash. It's normal in the company. And I didn't understand why, so I started looking the reason. So we're selling so good, we're having clients, we're growing. Why we don't have money? Very easy, because I was the good cop. I was the friend of my clients. Everything was nice. I was not getting paid. They're not paying. So I went home and I said, I don't have money to hire anyone to make the collections of the debts. I was completely broke. I'm not being able to be the good cop and now the bad cop, so how am I going to do it? I need a financial director that do this for me. I don't have money. So I create an email box, financial department. And I start sending emails to my clients asking for the money and saying, if you're not paying, I'm going to pass this to the legal department. That, by the way, was also a mailbox. So they start paying. And one day I was entering a client and he said, listen, Bruno, you were really, really very nice guy, but your colleague in the financial department. And I said, come on, give me a break. He's getting a divorce. So he's a really nice guy, but it's not fair. So the value is, if you're not a part of a solution, you are a part of a problem. And that's another proverb, as you know. So be creative. And that's how Proverbs can help you managing companies. If you don't have a dog, go hunt with a cat. The third one, oh, this is nice. You're going to love this one. So in Portuguese is longe de vista, longe do coração. In English would be absent makes art go founder. And basically, the message I'm going to try to pass to you is also a true story, but it was a story that was a long time ago. So when I start talking this story, I used to say 10 years ago. Now I have to say 30 years ago, and that's how old I am. So the story is the first girlfriend theorem. And this was a theorem I created. So another stereotype, okay? Not with Spanish. Don't worry. This is with me. But bear with me, okay? Now, I know that we're living in a period that we cannot use stereotypes, but just for the story. So I'm a man, and I had a girlfriend, the first girlfriend. And as every man, I was dumped. So that's traditional, right? The man in the room knows that we don't dump anyone. We are dumped. It's very difficult. So the first girlfriend dumped me after 3 years, and that was the end of the world. So it was the first kiss, the first date, the first cinema, the first holidays, and my world was ended. I could collapse on that day. Nothing will be good after that afternoon. 30 years later, I look back, and it was the worst, most annoying girlfriend I had. And how do I relate this with business? When I talk to my teams, I always say the same thing. If you have a problem that you cannot solve, go take a coffee. give a step back. You know, take 5 minutes off. Go play with your kids. When you are in the middle of a storm, you cannot see how you're going to get out of it. And that's how Proverbs can help you managing a company. Just cool down, relax your head, go take a beer or a water, and come back, and the solution will come. And the problem that is huge today, it's small in a week, it doesn't exist in 30 days or in 30 years of your life. So the value, I brought you a Chinese proverb here. It's even the highest towers begin from the ground. And this is the value of the third story. And I have it here. I haven't seen it. Nice, I'm sorry. Any German in the house? Nice. I don't know if you can help me with this word, because I know what the proverb means, but I don't know how to say it. So I will skip this part. But basically, it's God helps who early gets out of bed. I'm translating from the Portuguese. It was a nice translation. Thank you. So this is the story of October the 1st, 1999. So this is also a true story, not so funny one. So on this day, probably don't remember, but I was working in the bank so I started in 94, 5 years now. So I was working 5 years in the stock market. That's where I started. And I was really tired. It was a tough week, really tough week. We didn't sleep a lot in the stock market. And I was completely exhausted. It was a Thursday to Friday. And I decided I was out of Portugal. I was in Istanbul at the time. For those who don't know, it's a really, really nice city. And I decided to sleep in on that morning. So when I woke up that morning, I had a lot of messages, and I picked up the phone and I called my office and I said, what's happening? And they said, a crash happened in Tokyo during the night. And the stock market in Europe is plunging. And I said, okay, what can I do? Nothing. You just lost this. And that was game over, okay? And then you have to go to clients and say, listen, all the money that you had saved for your kids, it doesn't exist. I'm sorry, thank you very much. So it's a true, very tough life story that I never forget in my life, and brings me to the value. And now it's a tough part. That's Latin. I'm sure that you know Latin, so I'm not going to risk to say it. But in English, is daybreak is a friend of muse. That's the origin, actually, of the proverb in the top. So another way that Proverbs helps us managing companies, and I know this probably sounds strange in the beginning, if you look to the origins of things, if you look to popular knowledge, you're probably going to have the best things to learn when you have to managing a company. So the last one, this is from Philippines. I love this one. No Philippines in the house? No. That would be funny. So in English is, if the blanket is too short, bend your knees. And I love this one, because this is actually what we do every day in our life as an entrepreneur. But I will tell you a story that was very funny, and it was very difficult to go through, okay? This was 2006, 2007. I was working, and I received a call that an old lady was in the bank to negotiate some investments. So the assistant needed my help. So I entered the meeting, okay? So imagine this. And again, this is a true story, right? So I swear for my kid. I entered the meeting. I have a beautiful, nice old lady. It could be my grandmother, okay? Beautiful smile, very calm, well-dressed. That is normal in Germans. And I sit down, I present myself, and I start trying to understand the background of the person to recommend investments, okay? And I present to her 4 or 5 different financial products that we have. And suddenly, she turns to her right side and says, what do you think? And I look, and it was an empty chair. There was nothing there, okay? And I was, cold completely. I was flabbergasted. I don't know if you know the word, probably do. I didn't have reaction because I was looking to this nice old lady that was talking to a chair. And I said, I'm sorry, do you need something? And he said, yes, I'm talking to my husband. And this was, tough to understand. So she told me the story. Her husband was dead, of course, as you can imagine. But she could see him. and he helped her during her life. And this is actually a very beautiful love story, but for those that is on the opposite side of the table, it's tough. So suddenly, I had to make a presentation to an empty chair. It's not easy. And I had to put the chair agreeing with me. That's even more difficult. So we did it. She was a good client, okay, until she was dead, and then we had meetings with 2 chairs. No, I'm joking. So the value of this part of this story is a change on a proverb, okay? The real proverb, as you know better than me, is a leopard doesn't change its spots. My value for today is a leopard does change its spots. And if you want to be successful on the business, you need to adapt. You need to be able to react to different situations and go forward. So if the blanket is too short, bend your knees. And last but not the least, I do have time, right? Because I have a small surprise in the end. Good. It's not food. I'm sorry. So I don't know how to say this in Russian, but it's basically constant dropping where's the stone. In Portuguese will be água mole em pedra. Yes? Oh, so can you help me? Thank you. I don't know everyone? Yeah. And thank you. So in Portuguese will be água mole em pedra dura, tanto bate até que fura. And I will tell you 2 true stories of 2 different persons. So this is not my life, unfortunately, because they are very wealthy. But they are true stories again. So the first person on this is Colonel Sanders, that you probably don't know the person because he's dead for a long time ago, but you know the product. He's the person that creates KFC, okay? And everyone looks to KFC and says, what a big entrepreneur this guy was. It's a success, a lot of money, 3rd biggest food company in the world. Amazing, right? I will share a secret with you that you can Google. This guy was bankruptcy at the age of 62. He was born in 1890. He worked in different small business from farmer to fireman until the age of 40. And at the age of 40, he opened a small cafe and he did a chicken recipe that he created, okay? Started becoming success. So a couple of years later, he had some spices, and it's still the same recipe today. But at the age of 62, they created an autobahn in German. In English is, well, it was a highway. Thank you, sorry. So they created a highway that make the cars go directly from 2 cities, and they didn't pass to the restaurant of Colonel Sanders. So he went bankruptcy at the age of 62. So he had an idea. How about create a restaurant in the highway? And he created KFC. And I will get back to the story after that, so I can go conclude. I will tell you about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is even a better story. Who knows Michael Jordan here? Everyone does, right? Yeah. Best basketball. Oh, God. Sorry, sometimes it doesn't come out. So he's the best player of basket in the world ever. Okay, everyone knows 6 times champions of NBA, 2-time Olympic champion, a lot of titles, records, and so on. What people don't know is Michael Jordan only made it 30% of his throws. He failed 70% of the times he threw to the ball to the basket. And also what people don't probably know is he failed 182 baskets that could give him the game. So because of him, his team lost almost 200 times. The thing that I always pick up from Sanders and Jordan is, yeah, they fail a lot. They really fail a lot. Jordan failed more than 200 times. Sanders was bankruptcy at the age of 62. What they did, they never give up, ever. There is a stone, we can break it with water. Just don't give up. So the value for an entrepreneur is, again, from China, I love the Chinese proverbs, by the way, is the journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1 step. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, how we in the companies actually value your job. Sometimes people ask me, do you feel an inspiration as an entrepreneur? Well, maybe to my daughter, but no. Teachers are a true inspiration for young people. Universities are the elevator so people can actually move in the society. So Proverbs sometimes might not be very important in a day-to-day life, but they are an inspiration for those who do extraordinary things. Not me, Sanders and Jordan, okay? So I came to the last, and I thank you for your time. Yeah, I'm reading. Someone put that for me, so I cannot forget. And I have a challenge to make to you. And this can be very good and can be very bad, but let's go back to the first when I said no risk, no pain. Yeah. So what I will invite you to do something. You, one or two persons, you're going to throw me a proverb from your country. And I will try to find an economical rule that actually are based on that proverb. Let's see if I can do it. I don't know. If I don't do it, I will fail. If I do it, it will be amazing, right? I will smoke a cigar in the rooftop after. So, who wants to go? Yes. Can you tell me where you're coming from? Ireland. Well, nice. Congrats. Nice country. Faraway hills are green. In your opinion, what that means for a linguist?
It means
how do you explain that proverb?
that things far away look better than at close to you. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Your name is? Your name is? Sorila. Thank you very much. So first of all, Dublin is a beautiful city. I was very happy in Dublin a couple of times. Thank you for that. So the proverb is, at the first glance, you see something that, okay, things from far look better than from close. And this, when you look to companies, we could see that there is another proverb that I relate in my head, that not everything that shines is gold. So when you are managing a company, sometimes you have to take decisions. Well, a lot of times you have to take decisions, right? And some decisions are easy. It seems easy. We get enthusiastic about it. One of the things that entrepreneurs have, we have a lot of confidence. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's foolishness. I don't know. So we go and we face the danger with open chest, because we look to the things in the business plan and they look amazing. Sometimes in real life, they don't. Things get complicated when they get near to us. And so that's the truth. We need to see how it comes when it comes to us. And then we need to adapt, we need to be creative, and we need to be strong. So I think we still have 1 minute. Anyone else with a proverb? Anyone? Just throw me a difficult one. Come on. In English, if possible. Yes.
I would say a rosa onde está cheira, or in English, the rose smells where it lies.
Thank you, Tomas. Thank you very much. Always a friend to put you down, right? Always come from a friend. No, I'm joking. I'm trying to think a little bit. This is, you need to be creative. Okay. So that reminds me of a very important financial rules that it's not a rule. It's something that happens and you get used to it when you are in the financial market. That we never go against the market. Okay, when we are investing, you need to understand where the trend is going. So, picking up the message from Tomas is, we try to find value in stuff, in business. Okay, and when we do that, we don't look to other places. We don't look to other competitors to see, okay, he have value, I have to imitate them. We create value. We create our own products. We create our own strategies. And the rose actually is beautiful when it's laid there. We don't like to see roses in the competitors. That's a success of a competitor is less profit to me. So in financial, if I have to look to that in a financial way, I would say that we need to create value inside our house. And our roses are more beautiful because they're ours and they are laying out there in our garden. I thank you for your time. I thank you again for the invitation. I hope that you liked the presentation and you could relate with that. And, well, I'm available to questions, but it's not really my area of expertise, but I'm available, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And any question?
Okay. So thank you very much. Enjoy Portugal if you're not from here.
Can I ask you one thing?
Yeah, you can.
Which is, in your opinion, the border between the Proverbs that you quoted and the slogan?
From
the slogan.
The slogan.
The form of the slogan. In other words, can Proverbs quoted in financial context become a sort of slogan or be bordering with this form?
When I was invited to talk to you here today, I have to be honest with you. I promised in the beginning all the stories are true, so I'll continue that journey. I said to myself, how can Proverbs influence what I do in everyday job? I was not seeing it. Then I was, going into the subjects and I was studying. I said, okay, so this is funny because this is what I do. And I didn't know the origin of what I was doing. And there is one origin there, okay? So getting to your question is, a lot of the marketing that is made on the companies are made based on our education. So a person, when he's growing, we don't only read books, we don't only go to school, we listen to our grandparents, we listen to our fathers and mothers, well, hopefully. And we are growing with a culture inside of us that will give us that Proverbs that we listened since we were a child. So when you go to companies, at the age of 20, 30, 40, you take decisions, you make marketing plans, and you create sentences and brandings that are related to your own experience. So I would say there is no border. I would say that it's something that is unconsciously. I don't think people will say, oh, I'm doing this because when I was 3 years old, my grandmother told me that. But it's there. It's there. And that's why I told you a couple of minutes ago that your job is so important. Because even if you don't know it, you are influencing people from 10, 15, 20 years from now, taking decisions unconsciously because they heard that proverb 20 years ago.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Yes. Please, other speakers come.